through Parliament. And then you may sit in a room and then Parliament starts lamenting about data assumptions. But this same debt has also gone through Parliament. Then the other issue is about citizens. What is the role of citizens in data assumption? And for the previous data assumptions, primarily the RBZ debt and also the Zisco Steel debt, citizens raised their voice, positions were made, but then they were not considered. Even Parliament recognizes that citizens were quite uncomfortable with the data assumption. But then the question is, who decides for Zimbabwe? Is it the citizens? Is it Parliament? Is it the central government? Who then decides? Next slide. So when I look at data assumption, for me, I start thinking about corruption, simply because debt that is assumed is ordinarily, based on the history of Zimbabwe, is debt that was owed by private individuals who are either politically connected or those very few elites that had access to equipment specific to the RBZ debt. And those same individuals, they benefit, and it led to exponential growth in terms of public debt for our country. And for the RBZ debt, we assumed 1.35 billion US dollars. And when this was assumed, our domestic debt was quite low, but then all of a sudden, overnight, after the assumption, we realized that the debt actually ballooned by 1.3 billion. And we also know of the Zisco Steel debt of around 495,000, a debt that was owed by the Zisco Steel company to either publics, to service providers, debt that was owed to private banks in Zimbabwe, debts that were owed to external banks. And then the question for me is, do we reward poor governance? Because most of the issues that are raised under the Zisco Steel debt are issues to do with poor governance that resulted in institution not remitting taxes to Zimra, not remitting the funds to NASA, not paying for services provided by Zinwa and other. You can go to the next slide. So, of course, I've talked about the two debts, and the total amount of debts that we assumed is 1.85 billion. And of course, when we assumed the RBZ debt in 2015, our debt, domestic debt, jumped from 1.67 to $2.2 billion. So just imagine we are failing to pay as a country 1.6 billion, and then all of a sudden our debt balloons to 2.2 billion. And of course, Parliament was involved, and the reasons for data assumption for Zimbabwe was to clean the RBZ balance sheet, because we wanted to create an environment for RBZ to still borrow from the international financial market. The same goes to Zisco Steel. There was a time when we wanted to then do a transfer from those that were running Zisco Steel then and acquire new investors. And what was simply required was to clear the balance sheet for Zisco Steel, and of course the debt was assumed by the state. So ordinarily, it's about shifting debt sustainability from a private individual or institution to the state, and as a result, it resulted in debt unsustainability for Zimbabwe. There were terms to do with the country's risk profile that we had from the very first day, and those were some of the implications of the data assumptions that took place. Next slide. The RBZ data assumption So, of course, Section 298 of the Constitution talks about the government's obligation to borrow and ensure that the resources borrowed benefit the ordinary citizens. I think someone presented about that yesterday. But of course, when funds are borrowed and utilized for private gain, constitutional provisions that not support that. And of course, it then becomes very illegitimate. And of course, it's about controversial government policies, a policy that is developed with particular groups of individuals in mind. And of course, the late former Minister of Agriculture admitted that what happened during the land, the land capacitation program, where the RBZ borrowed and then financed individual farmers, and then of course later on the debt was assumed by the state. He considered that it was not correct, and as a result, going forward, the government does not allow freebies to continue happening in our so-called new dispensation. And of course, like I said, the RBZ debt provided some discomfort to the ordinary citizens. And debates have been raging on. And I think you remember last year, after Magaisa then released names of some of the beneficiaries of the RBZ debt assumption, of course, some people were made uncomfortable, some people were quite eager. But then after that particular discourse, you know, the good thing, or bad, I don't know about Zimbabweans, is that we tend to magnify debates around a particular issue. Then we let the debate die even before a solution is found. Next slide. Of course, the assumption of the RBZ debt was done without availing necessary information to Parliament for a particular decision to be made, specifically around who benefited from it, and how much did they get as individuals. Information that institutions like the Zimbabwe Coalition on Debt and Development and AfroDat has been asking for years. And of course, we are in 2021, such has not happened. And of course, for those that do not know, these were expensive farm equipment, tractors, harrows, motor vehicles, you know, you name it in terms of equipment that was given. And the justification was that people needed to capacitate farmers because after the land reform program, people were not in a position to capacitate farming. But the initial arrangement was such that once you are equipped, you do the farming, you generate income and repay the loan back to government. But then a decision changed along the way, and of course, the debt was assumed by the state. The ZISCO still debt, 495 million. The fun thing about the ZISCO still debt, it's not just debt that they borrowed from outside, but like I said, most of it had something to do with poor governance, such that the ZISCO still debt was comprised of the external loans that were owed by ZISCO Steel. It comprised of money that was owed to external suppliers, money that was owed to commercial banks and private lending institutions in Zimbabwe, and also domestic supplies, utilities, statutory obligations. You know, with the statutory obligations, these are obligations which an entity has a responsibility to collect and remit to specific institutions. I think you all pay as you earn, your NASA, your AIDS levy, and it is the responsibility of the institution to remit the same to those institutions. But when an institution decides, premised on poor governance, not to remit such, and the amounts grow up to such huge amounts, 220,000 US dollars. And then instead of pushing that to the people that were responsible for the institution, you and I are supposed to pay for that particular debt. Next slide. So, in particular, those were the loans that were owed by Zisco Steel to KfW Germany, Sinokyo China, Sumitomo Japan, then of course debts to external supplies. You know, these are service provided engineering companies, and all the companies that were providing equipment, raw materials to Zisco Steel, and they were not paid. But ordinarily, a principle in business is such that when you put an investment, you expect a return on investment, which return on investment should be used to repay a particular loan. And of course, that's the poor governance that I was talking about in terms of then the domestic loans with the government of Zimbabwe lending to Zisco Steel, with CBZ Bank lending to the same institution. Next slide. And of course, like I said, debt to domestic supplies, utilities, and statutory obligations. Just for yourself, money that was not paid to mining commission, you know, some of the fees that are supposed to be paid, ZIMRA pay as you earn. Pay as you earn is something that you and I pays. And the employer is simply supposed to remit the pay as you earn. There is no extra cost that comes with pay as you earn. And failure to do that, NASA, corporate income tax, standard development levy, ZIMRA VAT, municipality paying for water bills, ZESA, you know, you name it in terms of the suppliers. And that's ordinarily what happened with Zisco Steel. Next slide. Then, of course, a precedent has been set where debts have been assumed. And for your own information, these debts were assumed through an act of parliament. And members of parliament assented to it. And then the debts were assumed. And then, of course, despite the outcry from the citizens, the government has seen this as a way out of debt, bailing out private debt, and their plans to assume the National Railways of Zimbabwe debt, the Air Zimbabwe debt, the Civil Aviation Authority of Zimbabwe debt. So even as much as you cry about the 2 or 3 debt assumptions, brace up for more. Next slide. And just a snapshot in terms of poor governance, corruption, abuse of power, poor public procurement. You name all the irregularities that are happening at Air Zimbabwe, Civil Aviation Authority of Zimbabwe, National Railways of Zimbabwe. And with these malpractices, the only thing that the government can do is not to give responsibility to the management of the institutions, but to then say, for viability and continuity purposes, let's take up the debt and we continue. And of course, we do have court cases for individuals from Air Zimbabwe, some of them not concluded, but then of course, we want to assume the debts. I think my last slide. Okay, the ZAMCO debts. ZAMCO was established as a vehicle, it's Zimbabwe Asset Management Company. It was established as a vehicle by the state to bail out individuals, probably the same individuals who benefited from the previous, on the basis that this was classified as non-performing loans. Loans that are given by commercial banks, and people were not paying for those debts. And then non-performing loans means that the debts are not being repaid and the banks are struggling. Instead of people going back to the securities, collateral securities that were offered to recover, the state then says, let's come up with a vehicle that then buys the debt from the private individuals and corporates. Then how were they funded? The government funded the ZAMCO debts through issuance of treasury bills, which then ordinarily means a rise in our domestic debt. Is that clear? I'm always clear. Next slide. In conclusion, of course, we are solving a particular problem that is affecting individuals and individual corporates. But of course, we are ballooning our own external debt. I think from the conversations yesterday, there were different assertions, and I subscribed to the assertion that when the public debt is not okay, ordinarily it affects everything. There were presentations around public debt and infrastructure, public debt and investment, public debt, and even human rights. So once you assume the debt, it affects the country's credit ranking. And as a result, we can't borrow even when a need arises. That's why we could not get money to deal away with COVID, because the international financial institutions were not ready to give us money. And of course, we have policies, I'm rounding up. We have constitution, we have policies, acts of parliament, which are not being followed, of course, to satisfy certain egos and ensure that the private elites and politically connected individuals do benefit from the debts. Those are some of the recommendations. I don't want to go through them. Of course, they showed the previous slide I shared with them. But of course, by way of recommendations, there are recommendations that even after recognizing that data assumptions are not sustainable for our state, the government should correct that through another act of parliament to ensure that there's no continuity in terms of data assumptions. That is number one. And of course, parliament should ensure that there should be a debt audit specific to this. In as much as it is difficult to audit all debts, on these particular ones, Zimcode and Afrodat, you have my vote that a debt audit is important. Why? Because we want to know those individuals that were given support and have managed to generate resources to repay their own debt. And in which case, if they are able to do so, then the state should not assume it. And of course, we have recommendations for civil society. Their voices should always be heard, and they should always take up even to the streets. It's unfortunate I'm saying this, but then when something wrong happens, and an engagement through consultation is done, and of course the government does not give heed, of course certain strategies have to be implemented to ensure that the government gives value to citizens and their inputs in issues of national development. And of course to Parliament, Parliament should always ensure that they respect the budget consultations, they should respect the consultations that happen. They should not just be done for lip service, they should not just be done to tick a box. So people's views should be respected and of course incorporated into policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tafadzwa, for the insightful presentation, where you highlighted the data assumption that government did and challenges associated with that. May I now call upon Mr. Victor Boroma and my colleague from SAPST to take the stage. You will have 5 minutes each to share your reflections on what Tafadzwa presented. Thank you. Okay, so I will start with you, Mr. Boroma.
Good morning once again. I have been given 5 minutes, so I'll try by all means to be of value. So Mr. Chikumbu has done good work on highlighting debt by state enterprises and parastatals. So I will not repeat, but just on the recommendations, obviously the impact of debt on state and enterprises is quite huge because they rely on external funding for investment and growth. So what it effectively means is that most state enterprises and parastatals are actually hamstrung. And the strategy has always been to privatize 100% to non-strategic state enterprises and parastatals, and to partially privatize those that are strategic, institute corporate governance reforms as recommended by the Auditor General, and also to carry out governance reforms. So that's just on the recommendations. So my talk will largely focus on local authorities. So on the impact of debt on local authorities, I think it's very important for us to understand where local authorities derive most of their income and how they develop and the services that they offer. So local authorities have got two main sources of income. The first one are what are called service charges. And these are for services such as sewer, water, and refuse collection. So by and large, the City Council collects just what we use, and they do not make as much money or profit on service charges. Then secondly, local authorities collect revenue from taxes and levies, such as property tax, licenses, and leases. These are prescribed by law, and obviously for any review, there would need to be a change of the laws that prescribe these taxes. So for the second part of income, which is largely from property tax, that's where most local authorities derive revenues to be able to provide public services, such as security, lighting, schools, and clinics. And most of these services are actually, the City Council and local authorities cannot be able to exclude non-ratepayers. So it effectively means that everyone has access to these public services. So the growth in population, especially in Harare, does affect the way local authorities give these services. So what is the impact of high debt levels to the City Council? I did not talk about infrastructure development by the city councils or local authorities deliberately. Why? Because traditionally, local authorities participate in the debt market through issuing bonds. And most of these bonds are backed by properties. And traditionally, local authorities had properties such as houses that they could actually be able to mortgage. So what has been the challenge is that the current properties that actually where local authorities derive most of their revenues are not properly valued. So it does affect the capacity of local authorities to get debt. So it also affects infrastructure development, especially roads and road maintenance. Then the second part is that when you look at the history of what government has been doing in going to the local markets to issue treasury bills, it also has a crowding out effect on local authorities. That means local authorities cannot be able to compete with the government to issue bonds because it's the same funders that they are going to. So that does affect service delivery. Then there's a facility called Public Investment Program, where the government gives local authorities funding to be able to develop infrastructure. So by the fact that government has high debt stock it means that they cannot be able to service the PIP program. And that does affect infrastructure development, especially schools and clinics, which are largely non-profit. Then, when you look also at the ratepayers, which are the citizens, which is us, our capacity to be able to pay for service charges, as I highlighted earlier, is also impacted by how much we are paying to the government in terms of taxes. So a high debt stock means that our disposable income also goes down, and we do not pay our bills, and the local authorities are left with limited revenues. Then also, I talked about the valuation of properties. There is need for local authorities to properly value properties, as this is the main source of income that can allow local authorities to be able to get funding from local financial institutions without resorting to the government. Then, in conclusion, we have witnessed a lot of political considerations when it comes to infrastructure development in towns and cities, by the fact that most towns and cities now fall in the hands of the opposition. And from a central government point of view, that poses a challenge. When you look at Harare, the population has grown to over 4 million now. That means, and when you look at the impact of Chitungwiza, Rua, Norton on Harare in terms of resources, that means at any point in time, half of the population of Zimbabwe is in Harare. So that gives pressure to the little resources that are there, and one of them is water. And one of the key projects that has been there, which needs government, is the Kunzwi Musami Dam, and also Kudu Dam in Chitungwiza. But what has been the problem in local authorities accessing funding or debt to develop these resources is that raw water development falls under the jurisdiction of the government, under the Ministry of Lands and Water. So that does limit the capacity of local authorities to engage potential funders to develop raw water. So there has been bickering, there has been bureaucracy, there has been sabotage to the victimization and worsening of the condition of citizens. So that's what has been happening, and I'm sure you will realize that up to today, you still have that political bickering with local authorities. So that has been, just from the top of my head, what I can say has been the impact of debt on local authorities. On state enterprises and parastatals, Mr. Chikumbu has touched on that, so I'll end here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boroma. May I recognize the presence of Dr. Nyikadzino from Africa University. You may share your views considering what Tafadzwa has presented, just in 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Facilitator, and allow me to start my contribution by congratulating Mr. Tafadzwa for making such a powerful and insightful presentation. I think in as far as the issue of public debt is concerned, you can see from deliberations from day number 1 up to today that the problem is a devious problem. It is a complex problem, and is also a multifaceted problem in terms of its effects. So I think my seniors in public policy, they can agree with me that this problem is a classic illustration of what we call a wicked problem. A wicked problem is a problem that people will never agree on the definition of the problem. And I think you can easily see from deliberations from day number 1 that we are still grappling with trying to understand what exactly is the issue of public problem. Then you can also see that it is a wicked problem in the sense that the government has been grappling with the same issue from as way as before independence. And up to date, we are seated here in 2021 discussing the same issue. So because of the wickedness of this problem, you can see that it has cross-cutting implications. It is affecting different sectors. And given the fact that local authorities and parastatals, they are not independent. They departments and also tiers of government within the broader, government, structure. So what this basically means is that when we have a central government that is in, debt distress and with a huge debt overhang, it will have direct cascading effects on the operations of local authorities and also, parastatals. So you can see that, like I indicated earlier on, that local authorities, they are a lower tier of government under the broader system of government. So what it means is that they are under the supervision of the central government. And the supervision involves regulation, it involves monitoring, it involves support, and also it involves, intervention. So given this situation, you can now see that the central government is regulating, is monitoring, but unfortunately, because it is operating under an environment of limited fiscal space, it is now struggling to support local authorities. It is now struggling to support even parastatals. So given this situation, we now have a situation whereby local authorities are mainly operating on the basis of money that is being generated locally. And that situation is not sustainable anyway. Compare our situation with situations in other countries like South Africa, you can see that local authorities, they receive quite a substantial amount of support from the central government. So I think given this predicament, we need to applaud our local authorities for managing to provide what they are providing given the circumstances when the central government is not supporting them. Of course, I understand that now there are devolution funds which are being provided, but you see that that facility raises many questions in terms of the predictability of those funds, in terms of transparency of those funds, and also in terms of accountability issues. And we have a Ministry of Finance, which is also an interested player, playing an important role, in sharing those funds. So I think these are some of the complexities that are affecting the viability of that particular option. Local authorities are not receiving financing, and because of that, they are performing dismally. And because they are performing dismally, they have lost public trust. People no longer have faith in these local authorities. And because of this dwindling public trust, if you read a survey by Afrobarometer, and there was also a survey by Savio Institute, you can see that in Zimbabwe, we now have a crisis of public trust. The residents, the people, they don't trust politicians from the national level, provincial level, up to the local government level. So with this crisis of public trust, we now operate in an environment of a broken social contract. So because of that broken social contract, the people whom we say should also participate in complementing the government efforts, they are no longer participating, they are no longer paying rates. So local authorities are now in a very delicate situation. They are cornered. The government is not supporting. The residents are not providing, their taxes, and we expect them, to provide the services. So I think this is also another important factor that we should take into account. But however, I think we also need to take into account that it doesn't necessarily mean that if we resolve the debt question, then services will be provided. There are also internal, corporate governance, challenges that we should take into account. Our local authorities are operating in a fragile corporate governance environment. The level of corporate governance fragility is visible internally and externally. Externally, I think you can see that local authorities are operating in an environment where there are multiple accountability lines. So because of these multiple accountability lines, the senior officials in local authorities have been reduced to secretaries. They are busy typing emails, responding to multiple accountability calls. And the unfortunate part is that these calls are revolving around the same issue. So instead of focusing on their strategic roles and functions, they are merely focusing on those multiple accountability lines. Then the issue of centralization, I think, is also another factor that we should take into account. Centralization in terms of personnel powers, centralization in terms of fiscal powers, centralization in terms of political powers. Local authorities, they don't have the powers to employ senior government officials. And because of that, it turns the arrow of accountability upward to the central government rather than turning it downward to the people. Allow me to avoid wasting much of your time. And at this point in time, I will respond to the question that given the predicament that we are in, how then can we build back better? So building back better, it requires a comprehensive and holistic approach where the different stakeholders involved should be part of the solution. So the residents, civil society organizations, the central government, they should join hands in addressing all these issues. And I think we also need to engage, in proper research and adequate engagements, such that we get to identify the problem. Because in my view, service delivery and debt, they are not problems, but they are rather symptoms of problems somewhere. So let's get the problem right and make sure that the solution is addressing the fundamental components of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyikadzino, for sharing your reflections as well as keeping to time. May I now call upon Atwell to
Okay,
share?
thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you, Tafazwa, for the insightful presentation. Now, I will look at the impact of debt on performance of state-owned enterprises. Obviously, it affects the funding alternatives, and borrowing capacity is restricted when there is debt. It also makes it somewhat difficult to attract quality investors. Although Minister Mthuli Ncube somewhat disagrees. In 2019, he highlighted that really debt wasn't the stumbling block in finding investors for Zisco Steel and Air Zimbabwe. And maybe he could be right, because when you look at Zisco Steel, in 2010, it had about 12 suitors who were interested in it. As late as last year, we had the Minister of Industry and Commerce also highlighting that there are about 7 investors that have been shortlisted for Zisco Steel. Then it also affects the operations of these entities. If you look at Air Zimbabwe, for example, in 2011, it had one of its planes impounded in London over 1.2 million deaths. It happened again in 2019 when one of his planes again was impounded at the OR Tambo airport over deaths related to lending fees and so forth. So it has an impact in terms of operation. Then there's the issue of inter-parastatal deaths, the deaths between the parastatals, which also affects their operations. And I think this also extends even to local authorities and other government departments. You have, for example, Zisco Steel owing both the Kwekwe municipality and the Redcliffe municipality, which again, obviously, has implications on service delivery. Then I just also share the same misgivings in terms of debt assumptions, particularly where it happens without addressing the root causes of debt. And again, the Minister of Finance agrees, and he actually calls it automatic debt assumption, bad finance. So I think it's important that we look at we also come up with clear policies in terms of debt assumption, so that in future, already Tafazwa has warned us that we should brace for more of these debt assumptions, but I think before it happens, there has to be a clear policy, and where citizens, stakeholders also give input, including Parliament. Then on corporate governance issues, Victor has highlighted, I think, some of the issues that need to be dealt with. And maybe just in addition, I will take some recommendations from a study done by SAPST and ZimCode on performance of state-owned enterprises and also compliance issues. So there were issues to do with appointment of board members. I think there is need for Parliament involvement there. You'd find that at the moment, when a minister comes in, you expect a new board to come in. So the high turnover of boards also affects the operations of these boards. So I think this is something that needs to be addressed. I think even if you look at Zisco Steel, the deaths that Tafazwa highlighted, you notice that from 2000, most of 2000, Zisco Steel did not have a fully constituted board. And a report by the National Economic Conduct Inspectorate in 2006 also noted that there were irregular expenditure that happened during that period. So these are issues that need to be addressed. There's also the issue of addressing operation and mandate issues. I think where a government extends funds to these state-owned enterprises, Parliament should monitor how these funds are utilized. There's the issue of viability. I think pricing in terms of commercially oriented state-owned enterprises, you find that some prizes are the reasons why at the end of the day these entities become loss-making, and then they end up accumulating loss of debt. So this is also some of the issues that need to be addressed. Then in terms of public goods, those entities that deal with public goods such as water, electricity, even the charges should also have long-term sustainability in mind, maybe on a cost recovery basis. And there's the issue of just bad policies. For example, the cancellation of debts that were owed to local authorities. I think we don't need to have a repeat of that, as it also affects service delivery. Then the other issue is on monitoring the performance of these state-owned enterprises. I think there's need for improvement in terms of oversight, both by Parliament and the parent ministries of these state-owned enterprises, so that at least they comply with the constitutional and legal provisions related to public finance management, the policies and procedures, and the available reporting frameworks that are there, and also even just the implementation of the Audit General's recommendations and financial, to ensure that they also produce financial statements in time. And maybe finally to look at just the political will to fight corruption and the implementation of Auditor General recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Atwell, for sharing your thoughts as well as proffering those recommendations. May I now open the floor for discussions, comments, sharing of new ideas? I see 2 hands. Okay. In fact, there are 3. Let me start with
Morning. I just want to. I'm Chikerema from MSU. I want to the learned guys to help me to define or unpack the difference between an illegitimate debt and a legitimate debt, because we are seeing for some time the government has been assuming debt that has been a burden on the taxpayers, and that is now being in albatross on the taxpayers in terms of high taxation. Thank you.
I'll let Mr. Masimba.
Thanks very much. My name is Masimba Manyanya. Tafazwa, you made reference to our failure, our tendency to magnify debates and reduce the action side. I think we have a problem in our delivery, in our advocacy delivery processes as a whole. We tend to have the domination of intellectual debate. We have people, the academia and all that. And our advocacy delivery process tends to limit the spaces of street fighters and trainers, special interest groups, special negotiators and all that. And my recommendation is, I think when we have these kinds of forum, we don't have a lopsided approach where we have intellectual debate dominating, but we also ensure that we have, say for instance, follow-up action, where we have people like street fighters. I'm just taking an extreme example, because at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, we want to see our recommendations reaching their end. So it means we need negotiators within these kinds of debates. We need trainers, because there are people who are going to be trained. I don't think it's fairly reasonable for us to get someone who doesn't understand economics to come and sit here whilst they are your MP. And then we are delivering a very tight economic presentation with lots of figures. They're just, after tea, they will just pick up their bags and go back. So we need to deal with that issue because it's a real issue. Whether maybe they will need to be trained, or maybe we need to go around that issue somehow. But we will need negotiators, we need trainers, we need street fighters as part of this advocacy delivery process. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, Mr. Chikumbu, for a wonderful presentation. I must admit that you caught my attention when you associated yourself with the ZimCode and Aphrodite stance of us as Zimbabwe needing a debt audit. So my question, or maybe my point of engagement would be to say that about 3 or 4 weeks ago, in an engagement that was organized by ZimCode and WILSA with the Ministry of Finance, in particular the debt department, they indicated that a debt audit is not necessary in their view, and they cited that they had done a validation and a reconciliation with both internal and external creditors, so debtors, and according to them, everything is above board. So they are not willing to undergo the process, and they also cited that it's an unnecessary waste of resources because there is no capacity to fund the audit process, given that we're already in a pandemic situation and finances are needed elsewhere. So in your view, what options do we then have to counter this stance that they are bringing to us and achieve the means to the end? Because when we talk of the debt audit, I associate myself with that stance, and I'm one of the people who has been, bringing that subject up wherever it matters. So what options do we have given the stance that they are taking?
I'll leave the last question. Just in brief.
Thank you. I want to also thank Mr. Chikumbu for a very insightful presentation. But cognizant of the connotations or the times that we have experienced and that have actually been the cause of the data assumption that resulted. I want to pose a question to Mr. Chikumbu that being aware that this has been perhaps a firefighting mode that we have gone faced with a moribund situation, what would you have done better, perhaps faced with a similar situation? Because history will always repeat itself, they say. So maybe if we can get some lessons, if we are confronted with a similar situation in future, what would you have done better at a point where you have to decide now, do I assume this debt or not? And perhaps coming to Dr. Nyikadzino, I liked your reactions, and you tied on a very important aspect of building back better. That concept, if we go global, perhaps you want to link it with the strategies that are being employed by giants. We heard about the Belt and Road Initiative, which is a Chinese framework or model, foreign policy aimed at perhaps international trade cooperation between China and the global nations per se. And the strategy was actually perhaps a counter strategy by perhaps the West to counter this global giant China. And as Africa, perhaps we lack a similar strategy. So when you talk building back better, it's actually hinged on climate change intervention, the need for a clean environment, and they then talk about mitigation and adaptation. how can we then incorporate that into our local situation? I think, I don't know if you would agree with me, there is need for maybe domesticated and similar strategies at the local level, let alone perhaps at a continental level, given that Africa has exhibited so many inequalities in the past and is at the brunt of predators at a global perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I think because of time, I now hand over the mic to Tafadzwa and Tim to react.
Okay, thank you. There was a question around legitimate or illegitimate date. My colleague volunteered to respond to that. And of course, there's discussion around odious debts. I just want to say that, a debt is considered legit if the processes for contracting, managing, and repayment of debt is done in line with the provisions of the Constitution, Public Debt Management Act, and all the related acts of parliament, including the Public Finance Management Act. And of course, it then becomes illegitimate when, of course, everything is done in contravention of the same. And in terms of odious debts, there's a school of thought that says a government does not have an obligation to repay debts that were incurred by previous regimes which were actually borrowing for purposes of, for instance, suppressing its own citizens. And that's the reason why ZimCode is always saying that for those debts that were incurred by a diabolic government, in the case of the Smith regime, where debts were incurred to suppress the black majority of Zimbabwe, and at the same time, we also have specific debts that were incurred during the Robert Mugabe era. And to be in particular, there were debts to acquire Land Rovers by police in 1999, which Land Rovers and other equipment were used to suppress the ordinary citizens. So that speaks to odious debts. And of course, there were questions around our advocates' delivery process. I've deliberately said this not just because of the conversations around public debt, but I have observed over time that when an issue arises, just give that particular issue 2 weeks, and there will be social media blitz and conversations on ZTN and other platforms. But after 2 weeks, the debate dies. And I do concur with Masimba that we always need to make use of hybrid models of engagement and ensure that we sustain dialogues. Dialogues that should culminate into solutions that are of best interest to our citizens. So I do agree. And of course, there is an issue around capacities. We always talk about capacities of members of parliament, but we rarely talk about even capacity of the central government itself. Do we have capacity within that institution? I came across a capacity development framework by NEPAD, It's a framework that is linked to all the sectors of the economy, including the education sector, such that people's interventions are coming from a well-informed and experienced labor force. And countries, somehow they ignore some of the recommendations coming from our competent institutions within the AU. And of course, even within civil society, capacity is very important. It's important in that our discourses should also be informed by evidence, should be informed by facts. And I think ZimCode is becoming competent in terms of ensuring that our discourses are informed by knowledge, facts, and evidence. On debt audit, I think I'll respond to the question specific to me on debt audit and then the question that came from the Honorable Member of Parliament. The Ministry of Finance has its own reasons for not engaging or embarking on a particular debt audit. And the reasons to me are not holding water. On the basis of the reasoning that I brought forward, to say that when a debt is assumed and it's a debt that is owed by a politically connected person, a few individual elites, and it's the same debt that is being incurred by ordinary citizens by way of paying more taxes, it's also a debt that is undermining the country's development because it affected the country's credit rating, it affected our interventions in terms of human rights obligations. So it's something that is of national importance. And an audit then becomes very important. And for civil society organizations like ZimCode, the issue is to embark on what Masimba has said. Let us not focus our energies on a single approach, but let's rather have a multifaceted approach where the majority of citizens are involved, and of course involve the institution of parliament, and of course I have condemned them for assenting to those acts, but their roles and responsibilities to protect public resources remains clear. Honorable Mkaratigwa, in the case of the data assumption by the RBZ, that was a premature decision to make for the state because they did not establish whether the beneficiaries of the scheme had failed to pay their debts. And of course, my intervention could have been to do that particular debt audit and ensure that we flag out the non-performing ones and ensure that the state, of course, has an obligation to guarantee particular loans. But those that are able to pay, they should pay those debts. And of course, for your own information, when we assumed a debt of $1.35 billion in 2015, it does not mean that the debt is still at 1.35 billion now. The debts continue to accrue interest, arrears, and penalties. And of course, it remains a burden to ordinary citizens. And finally, on the issue of the Cisco Steel debts, I've alluded to the fact that the Cisco Steel debt was assumed, and my major worries around issues of poor corporate governance, which were raised in the successive Auditor General's reports before, in terms of how the institution was being run. When an institution collects pay-as-you-earn, NASA contributions, and all the other fees, and fail to remit to the responsible institutions. So the first port of entry for me was to ensure that the recommendations of the Auditor General are being implemented, and in that particular implementation, ensuring that we enforce what is provided for in the Public Finance Management Act. Then, of course, in terms of way forward, where a situation has arisen, and there are prospects for an investor to come, my first suggestion was to ensure that the debt that is owed by Zisco Steel becomes the first agenda item in the negotiation table, and ensure that the investor who comes probably assumes that particular debt and relinquishes some of the obligations to pay for certain either taxes by way of tax holidays and other parameters that would allow the institution to function. So I will hand over the mic to my colleagues.
Thank you so much. I think you've done justice on the illegitimate debt question. Thank you.
There's one question that was addressed to Dr. Nyikadzino, but I'll just give you 1 minute. because we are running out of time.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for do we address that particular crisis? Because the assumption now is our local authorities are on their deathbed. Our public machinery is on its deathbed. Then the question is, we don't want a public machinery which is dead. We want it to be alive. Then the question is, how can we enliven? How can we revamp? How can we re-engineer the operations of our different government departments? I think in brief, this is how I can respond to the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nyikadzino, and thank you very much, Tafadzwa and the other panelists for those interventions. I now hand over the mic to our Thanks very much.
Can we clap hands? Very interesting discussion. Our session, you remember, colleagues, can I have your attention? Our session, if you look at our program, we've combined. We are on session which talks about session 9. Gender inequality in the debt. Unfortunately, the feminist perspective on debt, Sally Dura is unable to come. But we have also brought in a topic which we had missed in the first day, which was utilization of loans by the government. And we'll have a presenter there. Mr. Pepukai Chiwore is the Director of Budgets. If I can have you here, Mr. Chiwore. And then the second speaker is Michael Zuze. He's going to talk about debt, tax, and inequality. Michael, you can come here, or you can come at when you do the presentation. Mr. Chiwore, I will give you 15 minutes for your presentation, and then we will take it from there.
Thank you, Doc. Good morning, everyone. Apologies, I couldn't make the presentation on the first day. I was attending ZITF in Ulawe. But suffice to say that I'll just run through what I had prepared. I'm just looking at the utilization of loans and what we have achieved. So I'll just give the 2019 and 2020 loans utilization, the guarantees, the gazetting, as well as the audit that was done by the Auditor General to try and check whether we have achieved what we intended to achieve. If we can go to the next slide. I borrowed this from the Jubilee debt campaign. They were indicating where the debt came from. So if you check there, you realize some of the debts that we contracted. I'm not sure if we can pinpoint some of the achievements from some of the dates. For example, where there's a red arrow there was 4 million for ships that was borrowed from Spain in 1986. So I'm not sure whether we have anything to show for that debt, but it's just in one example that I've picked. If we can go to the next slide, it's just a map again from Jubilee Debt Campaign that shows what we borrowed. Next slide. So in 2018, we borrowed 153 million from China Exim Bank for Harare International Airport expansion at an interest rate of 2%, grace period 5%, maturing in 20 years. I will explain a little bit on the achievements we have scored in that regard. Then in 2017, we didn't borrow anything. So I started from 2017 going towards 2021. Then in 2018, there was a loan from China Exim Bank again for Net 1 expansion phase 3, interest rate 2% again, maturity 20 years. Then in 2019 again, there was a loan for upgrade of Blawayo Thermal Power Station. It's an additional loan of 23 million, again from India Exim Bank. 20-year maturity, interest rate 1.75%. Then ZESA again had a loan for Deka pumping station and the river water uptake system for 19.5 million, 20 years, 1.75% interest rate. Next slide. So for these projects, for these loans, they are mainly project-related loans, semi-concessional, because their grant element is around 30%, so they are semi-concessional. You realize that the disbursements in 2019, total disbursements in 2019 were 59.96 million. Next slide. So for the Harare International Airport expansion, the 153 million facility, it started in April 2019 and is expected to be completed in June 2023. And we have passed through Harare International Airport. We have seen the works that are ongoing, but the contractor is China Jiangsu International Economic and Technical Corporation. One thing that I need to point out on these loans is the amount of the resources or material that you are required to import from the source country. It comes out clearly on the India loan. So for the expansion of the Harare International Airport, the project covers expansion of the international terminal building, modernization of the domestic terminal, adding a new international terminal and aprons, 4 new bridges, a secondary radar system, VIP pavilion, upgrading of equipment for passenger facilitation, check-in counters, baggage handling, among other things. And the project is expected to increase the airport's holding capacity from 6 million to 6 million from the current 2.5 million per year. So I think in terms of the results of this project, we can see that it's really going to make a huge impact in terms of making the handling capacity of Harare International Airport. And by December 2020, about 35.5 million had been disbursed, of which only about 27.7 was for 2020, was disbursed in 2020. So the figures that we have is by December 2020, they disbursed about 35.5 million. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the latest figures on Harare International Airport expansion. Next slide. Then those are the ongoing works at Harare International Airport, and when complete, the airport will look like that. So I think it's something that is really worth it if we borrow and those funds are then used to implement such developmental projects. Then I think it's something that we need to really commend government for. Then for the Deka project, it's more to do with the water supply to Wange Power Station, which currently requires about 3,500 square cubic meters of raw water per hour for the power generation, which may increase to about 6,000 when Wange 7 and 8 then come on to the 4. So we have a contractor, Sino Hydro, which is expanding Wange Power Station, where they are constructing 2 more units, 7 and 8, so that they can add an extra 600 megawatts to Wange. So it's almost 92% complete now, and a company had won the tender but they failed to really roll out the project, and it was re-tendered. And we had an extension of, in 2013, we got about 28.6 million. So we had an extension in 2019 of that loan in terms of when we are expected to repay that loan. So the total cost now for that project is 48.1 million. So for that total cost of 48.1, we had obtained only a small chunk of money from China. So we had to borrow another 19.5 million so that we expand the water pumping capacity at Deka. Because Deka draws water from Zambezi and pushes it for 42 kilometers for use at Wange Power Station. So it will also in the end supply safe water for the surrounding community in Wange. So an Indian consortium, that is AFCON's Vegeta joint venture, won the tender, and they expected to start work in the third quarter. So according to a report that was presented in Parliament, they are expected to start work anytime, or they have already started. So for Blawe Power Station again, they are replacing old boilers with state-of-the-art boilers and extend the life of the decommissioned power station to between 15 to 25 years. So the plant was commissioned in sometime back in 1947. So they decommissioned some of the some of their boilers in 1998. So in that, they diminished their generation capacity to 90 megawatts. So they want to upgrade some boilers and auxiliaries so that they also improve in terms of generation capacity. But that will result in demolition of 2 towers. And there was an outcry in Blawayo residents. They had made an outcry in terms of the demolition of those towers, but it's very necessary because they want to construct, to refurbish some cooling towers. So that's for the Blawayo Power Station, the loan that we got. The next is the Net 1 expansion project, which began on the 20th of September, which was launched by the President on the 20th of September, where they are looking at increasing their network coverage so that they increase from current 75% to 85%, and they also improve their coverage and kickstart the 5G network ambitions. So we are expecting 1.9 billion. It was converted at the prevailing bank rate to be disbursed in 2021, mainly targeting the rollout of the 4G network around the country. So the expansion project also has 160 new base stations installed with 5G technology. Very ambitious, 260 with 5G. So the equipment has already started arriving in the country from away. That was revealed by Honorable Dingimuzi Puti on 12th September 2021 when he presented a report in Parliament that the equipment is already arriving, and so far they've upgraded 75 base stations from 2G to 3G, and they are looking at upgrading a further 60 to 4G. Let's go to the next slide. So these are the domestic guarantees in 2019. I won't speak much about the domestic guarantees, but suffice to say that about 18.3 million and 157.8 million was issued in 2019. But most of the guarantees were to finance inputs for the 2019-2020 agricultural season, and the results are there for everyone to see. We have increased our production of maize to 2.8 million metric tons, and we are food sufficient. But however, don't be surprised if you but I'll continue from here. Sorry for that. So the report that we received is that most of the borrowers from the bank have honored their financial obligations with their respective banks. So no guarantees were called up in 2020. So although government had guaranteed these loans, but no guarantees were called up, but the results are there for everyone to see. Then There were also some guarantees that were given to Zimbabwe Consolidated Diamond Power Company, Lupane State University for the construction of students' accommodation, Agribank for the issuance of agro bills to finance the 2019 agro season, CBZ to finance again the agricultural season. So in terms of the external guarantees, these are domestic guarantees. These are the domestic guarantees. In terms of the external guarantees, on the next slide, government guaranteed the ZESA, ZETDC loan amounting to 110.4 million from Afrexim Bank. And this was for the payment of accumulated debt on imported electricity. And so many stakeholders are calling on some audit of the deals with Afrexim Bank, because Afrexim Bank seems to be supporting Zimbabwe very much, but I'm sure you may want to know in terms of an audit of everything that we've received from Afrexim Bank. But this was a debt to support or to repay imported electricity worth about 79.5 million, and the procurement of prepaid smart meters worth about 30.9 million. Then on the next slide, we have loans for 2020. In 2020, we procured two loans. Number one was 310 million loan from India Exim Bank for repowering of Wange 1 to 6 thermal power station. And another one was from Badia of 10 million for the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. But some are arguing that we have contracted so many loans to power Wange 1 to 6, to repower Wange 1 to 6, and also to do Wange 7 and 8. But the world is moving green. So I'm not sure on the sustainability of those projects in terms of us moving green. But however, for our current energy deficits, it's very necessary that government to do something. On the next slide, we are explaining, next slide, Wange 1 to 6. So the deal was signed on 24 February 2020, and it became effective on 3rd September. But what struck me most in the deal is that goods, works, and services are valued at least 75% of the contract price should be supplied from India. So that's part of the contract that we signed. And the contract will look at, is on refurbishment of Wange Thermal Power Station. They have started with the bringing back unit 6, and the works have begun, and they are estimating that that will cost about 3.6 million. Wange 6 was totally down, but Wange unit 3, I think it has exceeded its lifespan, so they are also looking at expanding its lifespan. So after completing Wange unit 6, they will move to Wange unit 3, and it is expected to cost about 28 million to extend its lifespan. And they expect to complete this by December. So the justification of this is these units were commissioned between 1983 and 1986. And most of them have outlived their useful lifespan. So the second stage units were commissioned in 1987. They had an installed capacity of 920 megawatts, but they are only now generating 327. Let's move to the next slide. So for the COVID-19 utilization loan of 10 million that we obtained in 2020, the Auditor General report tells you a story that we are a culprit in terms of irresponsible borrowing and ineffective use of loans, grants, and donations. Because in 2021, the special audit on COVID-19 said there is schematic abuse of funds, revealing how fake names, identity documents, and mobile phone numbers were used in the grant looting scheme, in which 890 million may have been stolen. That's according to the Auditor General report. So these are domestic guarantees. In 2020, I won't speak much about them. Then actual disbursements in 2020. The actual disbursement in 2020, Wange 7 and 8, 997, Robert Mugabe International Airport, 153. The actual disbursement, 129, 27 on the last column. So I will share the presentation for everyone to see the actual disbursements. But some of the disbursements were to do with a project on smallholder irrigation revitalization program, where we are targeting over 27,700 poor rural households, who are expected to benefit, which was approved in 2017. Next slide. Wange 7 and 8, we are.
I hope you're almost there.
Yeah, almost done. This is being executed by Sino Hydro to feed an additional 600 megawatts, and we are adding 2 more power stations, Wange 7 and 8, so that we also increase power generation capacity. So we have 998 million from China Exim Bank, but cumulative disbursements as of April stand at 378 million, and 32.2 billion Zimbabwean dollars is expected to be disbursed in 2021. So the project is around 65% complete now, and the major works include the installation of boilers, turbines, and transformers. Next slide. First education project. This is one of the successful projects that we have implemented. We have constructed 17 schools in 15 districts and spread in 8 rural provinces. And the construction completed in 2020. And the civil society organizations are advocating for the same model to be implemented, and using the SDR funds, so that we can also construct maybe 100 more schools using this approach, because this is a very successful project. Next slide. External facilities gazetted. Minister of Finance gazetted these facilities, some which date back to 2011. They were finally gazetted in 2020. So in terms of compliance, they have complied with regards to gazetting. Perhaps as I finish, let me respond to Mr. Chikumbu, who said we have had so many debates around these issues. But what we have seen is government has been implementing some of the issues that are coming from these debates. But perhaps we are too proud to admit that we are implementing because of the pressure that is coming from CSOs and other stakeholders. Like I said, the gazetting is one of the issues. The audits is one of the issues. So we have scored successes, but it's just that we are not able to tell our story. So in terms of the audit, I will share the presentation so that you see what the Auditor General said in terms of the loans that we contracted. But suffice to say that there were some misdemeanors to do with the discrepancies in the figures, and reconciled debt payments, and reconciled penalty interests, and the statements which were contradictory, statement from the DMO and from the Reserve Bank in terms of the treasury bills. Again, it's the issue of variances, it's the issue of some loans which had duplicated loan IDs, and others were just recorded as various instead of using the appropriate IDs. This is contained in the Auditor General report for 2018 that was released in 2019. Thank you very much. Apologies for having taken more than 15 minutes. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you. Can we clap hands for Mr. Chua? I will reserve my comments for later, but only to say that this is very informative, very useful information. But maybe sometimes it requires a summary, of how all these things are being done. And also, how often do you share this information with the public? Because, of course, discussion will come up, so much statistics. And of course, you mentioned the auditor's report, which I will suggest to Afrodad and Zimcod that I think in future what is critical is maybe to have sessions to go through these reports, because they are very useful, because generally most of the people don't read these reports, but they are a very useful instrument which helps us in terms of making sure that the figures we are getting are correct. And I like, some of the anomalies which you were mentioning, they come from the auditor's report. But I think what normally happens is when auditors do a report, they also do come up with recommendations, so that when you do the next audit, people then find out what has happened to the various omissions in the previous thing. And of course, what is also more critical is if are there any penalties at all, or people just continue? Thank you very much once again. Thank you. At this stage, we'll have a topic called Debt, Tax, and Inequality by Mr. Michael Zuze. I will give you 15 minutes. Mr. Zuze. Thank you. I use something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kabenge. So in terms of outline of my presentation, I start with the introduction. The trends in domestic resource mobilization, trends in public debt, and trends in inequality, and also the nexus between debt, tax, and inequality, and effectiveness of policies to reduce inequality, policy recommendations, and the conclusion. So this study basically was for the SADC region, and we used data from IMF and World Bank, and also some documentary research. So I think most of the stuff in relation to debt statistics have been discussed since Wednesday. So we can see that the low domestic revenue amid high gross financing needs since the countries accelerating their borrowing. And these are from domestic and external sources to finance development expenditure. But now the efforts to deal with high public debt, for example, fiscal consolidation and high debt service, have implication on social expenditure and hence efforts to reduce inequality. So I will not dwell much on the debt statistics, but focus more on inequality. Then for some trends in relation to domestic resource mobilization, you can see that total revenue as a percentage of GDP in SADC countries has been fairly stable, averaging 20%. As compared to figures of 34% in advanced economies. And this varies across SADC countries. For example, countries like Lesotho, they've been consistently recording high revenue to GDP ratio of above 40%, followed by Seychelles at 36%. And at the bottom, there is Tanzania, DRC, and Zimbabwe, which have been recording takes total revenue to GDP of less than 15%. In the next slide, we can see the composition of tax revenues as a percentage of GDP. You can see that South Africa is the highest VAT revenue, accounting of 6.7% of GDP, while DRC had the lowest VAT of 2.3% of GDP. So this variation across the countries reflects different stages of development and administrative capacities. You can go to the next slide. The relatively high share of tax revenue collected by governments, for example, Lesotho, Namibia, Seychelles, and South Africa reflects their relatively wide range of taxes administered by these countries. In terms of those countries with tax revenue below 15%, mostly this has been constrained by structural factors, notably the large size of informal sector, illicit financial flows, and opaque of the extractive sector, and also low level of taxable income. Then in terms of trends in public debt, I can see that the pace of debt accumulation inside the countries was rapid as compared to the averages in sub-Saharan Africa. If you can go to the next slide, there's a graph there showing that the pace in the SADC region has been high as compared to the sub-Saharan region. Then the other graph shows that in 2010 and 2019, so it's a comparison for 2010 and 2019. You can see that Angola in 2010 had a public debt to GDP, which was around 40%, but in 2019, now we see that it increased to figures for more than 100%. Then for Zimbabwe, we can see also that it increased from 2010, it was around 60. Then 2019, you can see that it increased to close to 80%. Then in the next slide, we can see that given those debt figures, public debt to GDP figures, I was trying to compare now with the SADC GDP growth rates. So I tried to compare the averages from 2007 to 2014 and compare to the averages of from 2015 to 2018. So you can see that the majority of SADC countries recorded significant declines in growth from 2015 to 2019 as compared to years before. Then consequently in 2019, 5 SADC countries were either in high risk of debt distress. Those countries are Zambia, Angola, Malawi, or debt already in debt distress, like Zimbabwe and Mozambique. Then in the next slide, we will see inequality. Inequality can persist across generations, reflecting differences in economic opportunity. So I also tried to show some trends in inequality across SADC countries, which you can see in the next slide. So we can see that inequality in 8 out of 16 SADC countries remained fairly static since 2007, with the exception of Malawi, Mozambique, and Seychelles, which recorded notable increases. Then also we can see that there was significant declines in inequality, particularly in Botswana, Namibia, Lesotho, and Comoros. So those dots are showing inequality in the year 2007, then the bars inequality in the year 2017. So you can see that South Africa.
Sorry. When you have blue and yellow, what does that mean? When you say blue, what is that?
Oh, okay. The yellow bars are representing those countries with a larger inequality. Okay. Yes, for 2017. Then, so we can see that South Africa continued to have the highest level of inequality in the SADC region and global, with a Gini coefficient greater than 60, followed by Namibia with a Gini coefficient of 59. Then in the next slide, there's income shares by category of population. So we can see that about 55% of total income in SADC countries is held by the top 20, and 35% by the highest 10%. So for example, for South Africa there, we can see that for the highest 20%, we can see that total income is held by about 68.2%, reflecting that there's a high inequality in South Africa. In the next slide, we can see, now we try to compare debt and inequality. So debt affects inequality through various channels. For example, first, higher debt service requirements crowd out social expenditure, and in the process, it compromises countries' efforts to reduce inequality. Then also, secondly, countries resort to fiscal consolidation as a way of containing some fiscal deficits. But now, fiscal adjustments can lead to short-run reduction in output and employment, which is often associated with a decline in the wage share. So this tends to increase inequality, given that relatively high share of wages in the incomes of lower income groups. In terms of debt and inequality, that graph is simply showing that countries with high debt to GDP ratios have consistently higher levels of inequality. Okay, go to the next. Then in terms of tax and inequality, we know that taxation policy can be a powerful tool for addressing inequality if it is appropriately administered. So it can achieve three main objectives of supporting macroeconomic stability, provision of public goods, and the redistribution of income. So the next graph shows that those countries with a high tax to GDP ratio, you've got a high income inequality. If you can go to the next slide, we tried to use the Gini coefficient to see the relation between tax and inequality. So higher tax is constantly associated with higher inequality. Then countries with tax to GDP ratio of greater than 20% on average, they have a Gini coefficient of greater than 45. So the next slide shows now adequacy and effectiveness of policies to reduce inequality in SADC region. So the SADC countries have adopted various tax allowances in their personal income tax, for example, related to children, education, housing, health insurance, commuting, and charitable donations. Then a threshold, either in the form of a zero tax bracket, a basic deduction, or a general credit. Then the provision of social expenditure on education, particularly primary and secondary education and scholarships for university students, has also helped some SADC countries to try to reduce inequality. So in the next graph, you can see trends and changes in per capita income for most SADC countries. So we can see that living standards have generally improved in SADC countries. It's measured by per capita income, despite growing inequality in some economies. So this is notably with relation to countries like Namibia and Seychelles, and also Botswana. Then in the next slide, we can see that trends and changes in, next slide. Trends and changes in per capita income and inequality. So inequality, which is represented by those dots, remains higher among high-income countries as compared to low-income countries. So there are a lot of examples for SADC countries on how they are trying to reduce inequality. So if you can go to the slide on recommendations. So some of the recommendations in the paper, example for SADC countries, they have to minimize tax exemptions and through critical. So though critical in reducing a burden for income, also the tax exemptions deprive the fiscals of potential revenue that could be redistributed to address inequality, as high income earners adversely benefit from them. So other recommendations also which are in the paper include also SADC countries should also tax the rich, as we have seen from the previous graph there, that most of the income is, for example, in South Africa, 68% is held by the rich. Then SADC countries should expand level and coverage of social expenditure. They need to deepen access of low-income families to social services, particularly education and health, so that all those details, for example, access to health care provides financial protection to households from catastrophic illness, which can free up households from the need to accumulate unproductive precautionary savings. Then SADC countries also they need to expand the coverage of property tax. So introducing wealth tax will also help in trying to reduce inequality. Also expand conditional cash transfer So by expanding conditional cash transfer, in particular education and health for the poor and remote households, this will break the cycle of intergenerational poverty inequality. So this means that this needs to be accompanied by appropriate labor policies that provide opportunities for employment. Then also there's need to leverage on technology, increase depth and coverage of electronic transaction tax in the view of increased tax revenue. Then also there's need to strengthen institutions, improving institutions, particularly on transparency, on budget and borrowing, which is critical to boost the country's tax capacity. Then in conclusion, civil society organizations and labor unions have an important role to play in lobbying for improved budget transparency. And also AfroDad, through its borrowing charter, has tried to articulate on how countries can try to improve on transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Zuze. Figures, very useful information. But I think at the end of the day, what is also needed is we have to work with figures because these are the facts which are there. But they will need to be summarized so that the ordinary person can understand. I just picked one issue before I come to my discussants, where it says tax and inequality. Higher taxes means higher inequality. I think that's a debate. You know, maybe we'll hear also from our panelists, as it were, whether we are, the higher the tax, the higher the inequality, what are the implications? Yeah. But anyway, at this stage, can we give him another round of applause? Thank you very much, our two presenters. Can I ask the following to come? We have quite a number of discussants for this program. Masimba Kuchera, Ms. Judith Kaulem, if you can come forward, please. Is there Rumbizai Makoni from Action Aid? I don't know whether Mr. Mapfumo from Zimra, whether he's around. And then the Honorable Dr. Matthew Yasham, please. Yeah, sure, thank you. Sorry. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard what our experts have said. Mr. Chivore from the Budget Office has given us information on how the government is utilizing our loans, our money. And then Mr. Zuze was giving us analysis of the tax issues, debt, tax, and inequality. So I will give each one of you 3 minutes each, except Judith, I'll give you five minutes. You know, with these challenges, sometimes our women, you know, sometimes are not available, and I think it's important that we hear the gender dimension. It's very critical. I'll start with Masimba. Mkoma Masimba kutia? Oh, he's not yet here. Oh, okay, fine. Okay, thanks. In that case, I'll start with you, Judith Kaulem. She's the director of the Poverty Reduction Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you to the presenters of the papers. Mr. Chore, I'm not speaking to yours as it were, because we're going to speak to the issues of gender inequality and debt. I came across an African proverb that says, poverty without debt is wealth. And for me, what it says is this wealth is not necessarily monetary. It's not necessarily material. But it's like a peace of mind. Kana usina chikwereti unorara hope, handiti? Kunyatsodzipfodora chaizvo chaizvo. Handiti? So I'm interested in looking at the impact of debt from a social and a well-being lens. If we looked at the standard of life for the ordinary person in Zimbabwe right now, and we are measuring it on non-income indicators, such as Human Development Index, the Human Poverty Index, and the Physical Quality of Life Index, would we see a life lived in dignity? Or would see a life lived in poverty? So generally, we would know that poverty has been reduced if there is an empowerment in the broad measures of well-being. We are looking at things of life expectancy. At the moment, Zimbabwe's estimated female life expectancy at 63 years, male life expectancy at 61 years. We are looking at the average basic literacy. I know that as a country we've bragged about our high literacy rate, but I'm sure by now we know that high literacy rate by itself is not enough. It's about the quality of the education. We can no longer continue to brag about the number of graduates we are churning out of universities, but we have to look at the productive capacities and the human contribution that they are making to our economy. So that's another indicator. We are also looking at infant mortality and life expectancy at age 1. And at the moment, it's estimated at 35.75 deaths per 1,000 life births. Pese pazvarwa vana, 1,000. About 35, they die out of diseases that could have been controlled. And generally, the deprivations in human life. So when we juxtapose the indicators of human development, of human poverty and quality of life, against the high debt that we are talking about, we see that it shows the resources that were borrowed were not necessarily channeled towards productive investments that could have improved on those indicators. Right now, Zimbabwe is sitting at 150 out of 183 countries globally on the Human Development Index. So when a government prioritizes servicing of debt over investing in social sectors, what we see is that women, both as users of the public services and as the majority of workers in those sectors, they get the raw deal. When those sectors crumble, they crumble with the sources of livelihood of majority of women who are in those sectors. And really, our debt is an instrument of power that exacerbates inequality. Due to the failure of government to direct resources to those sectors where women are, we see the widening inequality. And we have seen it in terms of accessing or affording the services. There are those that can, those that can't. And in most cases, those that can't are the women and the marginalized groups. And we have heard over this conference and many others how we have been talking about the conditionalities that come with debt and debt repayment conditions that then bring cuts in the care economy, result in women who we know provide care, whether paid or unpaid, then experiencing multiple and intersecting forms of inequality and discrimination, whether on age, race, income levels, ability and disability. Women get the raw deal. And in that way, we also see that with regards to inequalities, there's deepening both vertical and horizontal inequalities, even within the women groups themselves. When the social sectors are not well serviced, when they are not adequately financed, we find that the women in poor households who cannot afford outside help then spend more time in unpaid care work, time that they would have used to invest in their own advancement as individuals. So even among women themselves, you find inequalities happening. And we know that in trying to reduce expenditure, sometimes then government fails to adequately even remunerate civil servants. And traditionally, we know women are more represented in the civil service, in education, in health. There are more females than men. So when cuts are done, women then fail to get their salaries, or when retrenchments are done, women then lose their source of livelihood. So really, instead of reducing poverty, what we experience is that public debt has resulted in widespread pauperization and misery among the citizens. And if we take the rural-urban divide, the rural folks are also left behind further. So in this period of COVID-19, we have even seen the rural-urban digital divide that has left a majority of people behind because the infrastructure is not there, or if it is there, it is not adequate. Let me just come to a few recommendations, Mr. Chair, as I conclude. I want to echo the sentiments that have been raised by colleagues already on the importance of transparency in terms of the data. As civil society, as parliamentarians, you can only then bring government to account if you have the evidence. So that information has to be made available, publicly available, and available in formats that you and I can understand so that we can use it to bring government to account. And so it is important that both lenders and the borrowers make that information available. And because we are talking about a disproportionate impact of the debt on gendered lines, it is therefore important that challenges of gender impacts and inequality with the international financial institutions should include human rights assessments, including on specific groups, especially women, at the time of lending. And when we then now look at the impact of debt at a later stage, when we haven't done gender impact assessments at the time of borrowing, and it might not really bring about the kind of results that we want. So if people are genuine, then they have to be intentional. Governments have to be intentional about conducting gender impact assessments prior to borrowing. What are the needs and interests of women that we want to address with this project? And it shouldn't end there. When the project has been implemented, the same institutions should then say, have we realized the needs that we wanted to address? So we have to start right at the bottom, right at the start, at the inception of any project, so that we take this holistic kind of approach, and then only development can be sustainable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Gender impact assessment. I wonder how many of the projects or the information we were given by Ms. Chore here, we look at those figures, looked at issues of gender. Were they involved? I mean, what do those figures mean? It may be actually be very interesting to see how the component of women, because as she mentioned, the issue of welfare, you know, people when they take issue of cuts, it's normally the women who are affected because they are the people who are vulnerable. Teachers, majority are women. And now if you don't go to work, you don't get paid. Or because some of the money, Mr. Chore and others decide that we must pay the debt, the family suffers. Thank you very much, Judith. At this stage, I will ask Mkoma Masimba Kushera to give us his critique. Okay, someone assist him. There's a mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Apologies for giving you a bit of a fright by not being there on time. I was told last night by my firstborn son, who is 11 years old, that if I didn't give him a cake today, which is his birthday, he'll be very angry with me. So there were serious social issues that, that forced me to be late. However, I want to thank you very much for this opportunity just to share a few things. Now, I'm not sure if some of us readily have a constitution, the Constitution of Zimbabwe.
I have it, but it's at home.
All right. So I just want to point out two areas. So Section 22 of the Constitution and Section 83. Section 83 is what the state promises to do for people with disabilities. Provide them with education and so on and so forth. But there is very interesting language that is used in that section, which is not used ordinarily in other sections where the state promises rights. The language is to the effect that within the available resources. So the rights of people with disabilities are only afforded to them within a certain basket of resources. So if you are doing a basic budget at home and you have extended family relatives to look after, number 20 per list. So you have your utilities to pay and so on and so forth. That is not necessarily the subject of our discussion today. But I highlight it so that we understand the effects of debt and what it does to, in brackets, available resources. And because government is, or the state is clear to say, all these things that will give people with disabilities, we can only give them to them, kanatine mariacho. So if domestic debt is 20.9 billion, and foreign debt is 10.5 billion. We are already minus $30 billion. But I don't want anything yet for people with disabilities. So where am I going with this? The question is, per domestic debt here 20.9 billion. Tafadzwa anga chiti takatora 495 million yeZisco steel. Tikatora imwe mari yatanga tapa ma inputs to the farmers, and of which then, if you look at people with disabilities who may have benefited from these programs, there will be very few. I'm not an academic, but I'll use some freedom here. Probably with the exception of those who are veterans who Chenjerai Wunji accorded disability status sometime in the 2000s. We are basically saying here, it's important for us as the state to recognize that people with disabilities are at least about 15% of the of the population. And then what Judith was saying, to say, if it's that bad for women as Judith was describing, multiply that by a factor of 3 or 4 for women with disabilities, for instance. So we are now in a situation where the state contracts debt on our behalf without us knowing, with very little information on the debt. However, we don't seem to see the fruits of that debt. As a result of not seeing the fruits of that debt, we end up without any available resources to dedicate to the needs of people with disabilities. So we then go to what can be done. The first thing that should be done is to ensure that we make, in brackets, available resources available. So how do we do that? We now need to find a way of ring-fencing some resources to guarantee availability of those resources. So Comrade Chiore and the Parliamentary Budget Office should then be able to say, of the budget, a budget declaration or whatever, of the budget, X% will go to this, so that we guarantee availability of resources. Remember, the issue of available resources is subject to the Ministry of Finance, because no exchequer is the one who knows how many resources we have to allocate. So they may or may not be there in terms of available resources. So let's first of all ensure that we ring-fence resources so that we know that they are available resources. So whatever then we use for other activities, we know that at least these resources are there. So the question that you may be asking is, why is it critical for people with disabilities? Why would they want resources? By the very nature of having a disability of any kind, there are extra costs that then are associated with disability. So let me give you an example. If you are someone with albinism, you will definitely need lotion for you not to be affected by the sun, which lotion is not made locally, which means then you need to import. It's a cost that naturally follows the disability. If you are someone on a wheelchair, you may need frequent visits to a medical practitioner. It's another cost that naturally follows disability. And remember, disability is not by choice. So you can't say, I contracted this cost or brought this cost on myself. This is where the state has to come in. So I'm just trying to demonstrate, probably by using wrong graphics here, why we need resources.
Thank you.
So at this point, let me conclude by then saying, as we conclude the conference, it's important then to look at also sharing information with people with disabilities in formats that they can understand. And that disability disaggregation of data, I think, is also important. At this point, let me Thank you for the opportunity that you have given me.
Thank you very much, Kendo. Thank you, Mkoma Simba, for that intervention. Just as we're talking about the women, the issue of inclusion is critical in this whole process, so that we just don't see figures, but what do those figures mean? Very fundamental. At this stage, I will ask someone from Zimra, is it? From Zimra, yeah, Mr. Mr. Mafumo. Ah, okay. Matimba, okay. You are the taxman. I'm sure you listened to the presentations which were made by Mr. Chore and also our other colleague, Mr. Zuze, and you listened carefully. You pay tax whether you like it or not, everyone pay tax. Even when you die, there is still the issue of tax. And I think there was also an issue of inequality. Tax increases, higher taxes increases inequality. I think that's what I picked up. So I want to hear your views on the two presentations which were made, and also taking into account the issues which were raised by Masimba Uchera. That in the whole process of the tax regime, do you just take people as everyone is equal? Or you also look at the data and see whether someone is a woman or a man or is someone with disability? So I'll give you just 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I must say from the beginning, the discussions and presentations during this conference have been very enlightening indeed. But I think I must mention upfront that as Zimra, we are only the taxmen, and we only implement what policymakers provide. So I understand that there is even a song to the effect that of all people, there is one person who is less likely to be loved, and that's the taxman, because people sometimes don't understand why they must give the taxman what they are supposed to give him. But we only implement what the laws provide, and the two presentations were very eye-opening and interesting. And from a Zimra and implementation point of view, we think that our role as Zimra is to implement and collect from the people that must pay tax. The unfortunate the unfortunate thing is that sometimes the law does not discriminate between men and women when it comes to the payment and the collection of tax. And in that regard, our role is to collect as best as we know how. And our recommendation then would be for us to engage our policymakers on issues that require changes to be made to the tax regimes, perhaps to the rates of tax, perhaps to the number of taxes and tax heads that are levied. We think that there is a little bit of a gap in terms of understanding on the role of the taxman. I am sure that the government, through the Ministry of Finance, is the one that makes most of the interventions that affect our issues to do with tax on a year-to-year basis through its budgets and so on. But I wanted to make a comment on the presentations and say we are taking note, and we have indeed taken note of the recommendations that have been made that affect the collection of tax. There's been mention of, I remember from yesterday, there was mention of transfer pricing. There was mention of illicit flows. There was also mention of tax evasion and such issues. And as Zimra, we have been working very hard to implement modern auditing and investigation techniques to try as much as we possibly can to limit the effect of these on domestic resource mobilization. So, Mr. Moderator, without further ado, I will not attempt to round plug a square hole, but I will just end and say we as Zimra will do our best to collect from everyone as fairly as we know how to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. He's the tax man, but he says his task is simply to implement. Is to implement, you know, what would have been agreed. And I deliberately got our Honorable Dr. Nyashano, who is the chairman of the Budget Committee, to be the last to comment after listening to the various presenters. But I have also 2 points which I wanted you to pick up in your presentation. There was an earlier presentation done by TIZ on the RBZ data assumption bill and the various issues, and maybe not only for yourself, but even your colleagues, because I know the 1.3 billion was given to farmers, farmers who included parliamentarians. I'm not saying yourself you're a beneficiary, but you could be. There is a list of who was given. And this issue came, and I remember I raised it the other time with the governor of the Reserve Bank. We know who was given this farm mechanization, who were given these things. And they are there. Some are in parliament, some are actually farming. And the concern is, why should we be paying, we the ordinary people who don't even have the farms? Why should we be paying for that debt when the people who are benefiting are there? I know we have a number of legislators here, I think Mrs. Chikukwa and the others who are here. The people are saying, we the citizens, why should we be paying a debt for people, vakapuwa spirit, varukutorima, vachitotengesa ku GMB and others? You know, if you can then just touch on that one and many others. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, moderator, and thank you, Zimcode and Aphrodite for organizing this workshop. Thank you as well for the invitation. Firstly, let me acknowledge that when I joined the meeting yesterday around lunchtime, there was a discussion around the issue of debt. And I want us to agree before we leave this workshop on whether debt is good or debt is bad, just on that principle. Because I think the way the issue of debt is spoken about around the country, amongst ordinary citizens, there is a belief that debt is bad. But let me share with you, my conviction is that there is nothing wrong with debt. What is wrong with debt? What is wrong with debt is the manner in which we use those resources. What is wrong with debt is whether we are borrowing within means, whether we are borrowing within our capacity. Are we able as a country to generate the necessary cash flows to be able to pay our debts? Because we have to be responsible people who borrow and then pay. So engaging in unsustainable debt is wrong. But borrowing in itself is not wrong. So I thought maybe we would need to agree in this forum before we leave Why is debt to some extent wrong? Because high debt has a tendency to crowd out the provision of public services to our people. So that alone would handicap government to be able to provide services. So such debt is wrong. I want us to also understand that government is taking the necessary measures to deal with debt. Yes, I hear about the 1.3 billion, the debt assumption, the RBZ. When I was working with the Public Accounts Committee as at last year, we tried all efforts to be able to see who exactly used that money through the Public Accounts Committee. I'm sure that is yet to be completed, to investigate as a committee and see who exactly benefited from that 1.3 billion. The committee had made quite some efforts to establish that. I want we normally borrow what we do.
Recording in progress.
And I want to draw attention to one remark by Obama, that we need to build strong institutions. We need to build strong institutions. How do we build strong institutions? The institution of parliament is another institution which is critical to this economy. And the parliament, unlike other institutions, members of parliament are voted into power. I have been involved in this Committee on Standing Rules and Orders, where I've been involved in recruiting a number of commissioners within ZAC, within quite a number of commission entities. We have managed to put together good players there to build good institutions. But let's come back to Parliament. The people who are voting members of Parliament, do they understand why they are voting them into Parliament? What is the role of a member of Parliament? Right? That's another area we also need to be looking at in forums like this. Whether the citizens themselves do understand the role of the MP, what he is supposed to go to Parliament to do. And also we need to analyze what effort is the MP placing in Parliament compared to the effort that he is placing in the constituents. You would agree with me that 95% of the effort is in the constituents. But does that progress our civilization forward? It may not. So we need also to be able to look at these issues. Let's not leave them just lie, because we need to create strong institutions. If you look at the Auditor General's reports, because this is public information, everyone would agree with me that we are way behind in terms of governance issues, in terms of transparency and accountability, which is the hallmark that we need open governance. We also need to have issues of open budget, where citizens can access information freely at whatever time they want. So these are the issues that we need to be looking at. I think our Director of Parliament, Mr. elaborate on issues, on where government is spending money, and if money is spent that way, the way Director Igore has been highlighting, I don't see, and I don't agree with me that there is nothing wrong with it. If it's spent that way, but there would be something wrong if it's spent elsewhere. I think because of limitation of time, I want to end here. I think we can always keep on talking.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir. The Honorable, I have picked two critical issues from what he said. And the other one maybe is answering the question which was posed by Masimba Manyanya in an earlier discussion. You know, there's the issue of capacity building. You know, issues of transparency in the local authorities. I think Honorable Chuka was mentioning yesterday. And Mama Nyanya, from what the Honorable MP is saying is, Parliament, we don't write exams to go there. It's us who vote them in. Even in the local authorities, it's us who vote those people in. What are we doing with those various people? So when you have challenges, you know, you should really not be blaming Parliament, but ourselves, because we are the people who elect these people into Parliament. So let's not think Parliament is something else, because we are the people who vote these people into Parliament. But I think also then the other issue is to say that honourists should be discussing these issues is also may not be the best thing to do. We are talking of issues of inclusivity. We are also talking of issues of empowerment. People go to Parliament, and as I mentioned, they don't write any exams. And it is the responsibility of all of us to build their capacity. And as I mentioned earlier, that I'm quite happy that we are in discussions. We have our legislative and it's our task collective, you know, that we must build that capacity. And I think as one of the resolution, when we read some up, the process of building capacity of institutions is very critical, you know, at the end of the day, because at the end of the day is what we put in, is what we actually get. So I'm not excusing the parliamentarians themselves, but I'm saying that we as people have a responsibility, you know, and I think the Honorable also the issue of inclusivity, you know, issues mentioned by Masimba Kuchera, the issues mentioned by Judith Skauleman and others, of everyone. And I think as the theme of this workshop was saying that we must be rule makers, not takers. And I think at the end of the day, we're saying whatever we are as Zimbabweans is collectiveness of ourselves. Thank you very much. We are a bit running out of time, but this is the opportunity where, you know, people can ask questions and so forth. So just raise up your hand, identify yourself, and if possible, tell us the question you are posing to. I will start with the lady there. With the mic. Thank you. Please. Let's just be brief, because if you are late, don't blame me, but I will try to give each one an opportunity. But let's be brief. Let's not make speeches or presentations. Thank you.
Yolanda Millen, that's my name, Social and Economic Justice Ambassador. My question goes to Director Chivori to say that after your presentation, I think that makes sense to say, we've done this, we've done this, we've done this. But my question is to say, are there debt repayment mechanisms that are clearly spelled out as we embarked even on these projects? Because I think we may get to a point where we are debt and project happy, but we do not have a sound mechanism that speaks to the repayment of those loans and those debts that will, at the end of the day, force us into that debt distress situation. And I'm asking this because this is one of the recommendations that are under the Aphrodite borrowing charter, to say that let's have clear debt repayment mechanisms as we utilize these debts and acquire them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the lady at the corner there.
Thank you very much. My name is Honorable Tatinda Mavetera. Okay, I just wanted to ask Mr. Chuore, in terms of command agriculture. We have had command, which is quite a very good program that the government has made. And if you look at this, we are a lot of times looking at it from government level, but even from individuals, it seems as if we're having individuals who are not even repaying these loans. And now it then cripples government's efforts in trying to then be able to indulge and also help individuals in terms of farming and all. So now my issue then comes to say, in terms of command agriculture, specific to it, what do you think could have led the government in then privatizing it? And again, the second issue would be, if then it happens that people do not repay that, because it then comes back to the government, what mechanisms are there in place so that at least this will then continue being efficient and also effective and also helping people to continue farming? That is in terms of that. And then I thought on Masimba's contribution towards people living with disability. I think there is really great need for us to be ring-fencing resources that are specific to people living with disability. It's quite important. And indeed, I think we need to be having mechanisms. And for us as Parliament, we have got the Disability Act, which is there. But I think what is quite critical is whenever we are having a budget, any budget, right now we are towards our national budget, it's important for us to then have a specific budget towards people living with disability. I think in that way it can actually be able to make sure that they're included and also they're involved. Because the moment that we continue being a talk show and then we are not effective and we are not quite having a specific budget line which speaks into them, they will feel left out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Masimba Manyanya there.
Okay, thanks very much. First one on the issue of taxes and women. I think there was an issue that was raised to say that our taxes don't necessarily discriminate against women. And I think that was out of order because I think they actually do, but by default, not by design. In a poorly performing economy, there's a tendency to rely on regressive taxes rather than direct taxes. So we tax the bread and we tax the vendors, and those vendors tend to be women. That's the point I just want to raise. The second one on the our honorable, you're saying there's nothing wrong with debt. There is, and it's written in the laws and procedures. You see, debt is an instrument of policy, and you know that. But debt is also an amount of money. Whether it's $20, whether it's $2, whether it's $50, it's written in the statutes, it's written in the laws to say you can't go beyond this. So our Minister of Finance cannot go beyond certain limits when he's floating treasury bills. The moment he does that, it becomes unlawful or illegal. So our debt is wrong in that sense. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Got this lady here. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. My question goes to Director Chivore. Right, what lens methodology or framework is used in Parliament to come up with the decision that a particular project is of national interest or of national benefit and thereby worth incurring debt over? In my world, development studies, we believe that a project should attract local benefit, and it should ensure that there is a value chain that is created at the end of the day. So when we look at the airport project, for example, beautiful pictures that the aesthetics are good when it gets finished. The construction is finished of the airport. But for what benefit? For whose benefit? If you look at Ethiopia, for example, their airport is refurbished consistently. Why? Because they are ever increasing their own fleet of airplanes through Ethiopia Airways. So who exactly are we refurbishing that airport for? When we only have, is it 2 airplanes as Zimbabwe, our national airline? And there is an economic model behind that. If you've used Ethiopian Airways, they'll make it a point that you travel through Addis Ababa, embark on some form of business, and leave money in Ethiopia before you go to your destination. So where is the benefit? We want to increase our network coverage to 5G, but in a country like India, taking a loan for such a project would make sense. Why? Because the economy is based on ICT production, right? So we want to increase our network to 5G. for what? Mark Zuckerberg will be smiling because he's going to have more Facebook members, and the TikTok in China will be smiling because it's got more subscribers. So what is... Okay.
Thank you.
End game.
Thank you very much. Okay. The lady in the
corner. Thank you. My question is directed to Michael Zuze and the presentation that he made. If I understood correctly, that there seems to be a correlation between debt and inequality. And I was particularly interested to find out from you if are there any benchmarks or international standards regarding borrowing that can be followed or applied to in order to manage the inequality gap that continues to rise when we have or we accrue more debt.
Thank you. I'll take the last three questions. That question then will come here.
Thank you. My question is also directed to Director Chivore. I wanted to understand, do we have a policy in place for local content when we contract debt? Because I heard you saying for the Wange, 75% is going back to India. And again, they also benefit in terms of interest. So do we have any percentages in place, or are there plans to put in place percentages in place so that whatever development also benefits our local industries? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last two here. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. I think mine is a comment related to the Honorable. While I agree that there is nothing wrong with debt, I want to point out that there are many bad things about debt. Because there are many bad things about debt, debt is also bad. It's good, it's bad. It is bad when a country relies on debt for development. Instead of raising resources from domestic resources and other sources, innovative financing mechanisms, your first resort is debt. That is wrong. That is bad. Number two, for me, if debt is being paid at the expense of social spending, education, health, and other things, that is bad. Number three, for me, the source. If the source of the debt is particularly capital markets where interest rates are high, then the debt will be bad. Purpose. If the purpose of the debt is for consumption, it's bad. It must be for production. Quantities. If you borrow high quantities and you are unable to pay, then the debt will be bad. And finally, the source, or not the source, I'm sorry. No, I think I'm done. Thank you.
Sorry, but where is it good, by the way? Sorry, I didn't pick it up.
Where is it good?
Yes.
It is good for productive purposes. It is good when the interest rates are low or zero. It is good when you have the capacity to pay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, then the last two. When you're late, don't blame me, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is directed to the Honorable Doctor. Him being working at the grassroots within the constituents, and also him also being the chair for budgets within the parliament. My question is, whilst we appreciate the efforts done by the government in building infrastructure through the different projects that, that we are getting from the Chinese and the Indians, to what extent are those projects reflecting the development priorities of the local people? And who decides that these are the development projects that we need to focus on? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take my last two here.
Very much. All right, thank you very much. My name is Edith Masango. I want to concur with my Honorable Tatenda Mavetera, right? All right, but firstly, Honorable again,
Concurring on what, ma'am?
okay, to concur on issues to do with persons with disabilities. But firstly, I wanted to say we are not people living with disabilities. We don't live with disabilities. We live with our husbands and our kids and, you know. So, all right, so there is a lot that needs to be done, really, especially for people with disabilities. We spoke about women with disabilities suffering, 3 times the way other women suffer. So there is a need for us to have the information of available resources to assist these women in their day-to-day life, the information accessible to them, even the information of death. Let's have this information reach out to all the women with disabilities and have them being assisted in any way they can. The other issue, or it's a question rather, Mr. Chiwore, he spoke about the construction of schools. So he spoke of a number of schools that were constructed, but I wanted to know how many schools from all those are able to accommodate or are accessible for kids with disabilities or for persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much. Mine is to Mr. Chiwore. When you say that borrowing for energy, but the world is actually going green, but how far? Then to Mr. Zuze, when you say changes per capita income, considering and looking at Seychelles and Mauritius, what can we do to get there? How far for us in Zimbabwe? Then lastly, to Mr. Mafumo Zimura, with the 2% tax reduction, how far have we gone with that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think now the Honorable, if last say or you want?
No, I just wanted to say that our major problem in Zimbabwe is not the question of the money. To simply say we've got a project to do the airport. The question is that we fail more often than not in terms of negotiating the loan itself. The terms of the loans are so bad sometimes. It's because we are poor negotiators or we are in a bad situation in terms of negotiating. The second aspect, which I think is critical in my view, if you have the Auditor General giving you an adverse report on your debts in terms of failing even your public debt office to clearly state what you owe, how much it is, and all the other stuff, it then tells you that we are doing so badly and that we should try by all means to clean our house first before we can even start to go out there to accrue additional debt.
Thank you. At this stage, I'll ask our panelists to answer the questions, but maybe I'll start with Mr. Chiwore. If you can answer those questions, but before you answer, Vachikori, when I was looking at your figures there, obviously people do tabulate, isn't it? They have a breakdown of the various expenses and so forth. And I'm going back, and Honorable, you'll bear with me. When we look at the RBZ or Farm Mechanization Bill, there is a list of people, and maybe you have the list, or the public, the accounts call it, I don't know. I'm simply saying, because if people don't pay, they will continue to pay. Do you have a list of the people who accrue up to 1.3 million? As you answer the question, thank you.
Thank you. Maybe let me start with Yolanda's question on debt repayment mechanisms. I will agree with you. We may not have a very clear mechanism on how we are going to repay these debts, but we are relying on the benefits that will accrue to the country in terms of even economic growth, in terms of when we implement these projects, so that we can generate enough revenue to repay these debts. But you realize that our debt strategy that is ending in 2021 speaks of giving priority to multilateral debt banks in terms of repayments, which means these loans that we have contracted in the recent past, in the recent 3, 4, 5 years, we may not have a very clear strategy. That's why for some of the loans, you have seen government moving into restructure. A very good example is the DECA project that started in 2013. There was an agreement to extend or to restructure that debt, and as well as get additional 19.5 million so that we are able to complete the project. So I wouldn't want to commit that there is a strategy unless we come up with a new debt strategy, debt repayment strategy to succeed the current one that is expiring this year in 2021. From there, perhaps then we can see what's the strategy of repaying, especially these project-based loans that are coming from China and India. Because the strategy that we had was speaking to more of the loans that we contracted from bilateral and multilateral institutions, but without a very clear strategy on project-based loans. Then, Honorable Mavetera, I agree with you, we don't have a culture of repaying our debts in Zimbabwe. Look at what has happened to the youth loans, loans that have been extended to our women. Because of that, the banks have tried to devise mechanisms to make sure that you will repay, including stop order facilities. But we have seen people doing side marketing in order to avoid repaying the debt. And you agree with me that perhaps we have built that culture in our people, because as we approach elections, people will expect that perhaps we should not pay city council debts because the government will just wake up and say, please don't pay. So we have entrenched the culture of not repaying debts in our people. And the same way we are not repaying our debts as a country. So when government then privatized agriculture financing, it was a way of trying to make sure that we deal with the moral hazard that was created. Because when people know that this is government money, people will not repay. And I've not seen government making very deliberate efforts to recover the monies that were extended to the people, some of whom we know. And the mechanisms, you know, the banks will then extend a loan with very clear mechanisms on how to then recoup their monies. So if you privatize it, then perhaps we may have higher repayment ratios than having or accessing it through the normal government channels, which we know are littered with the inefficiencies and the corruption. So perhaps that's why government then privatized the command agriculture. My brother, it's not parliament which determines the priority projects for the country, it's the executive.
and the executive will only bring their proposals to parliament for ratification. And all along, like I admitted that they have not been doing that. They only started doing it most recently, and the executive is now coming to parliament to seek maybe condonation, to seek ratification of parliament for some of the projects. But previously, we used to incur the debts. Then they were only brought to parliament post signing of the agreements. But in terms of prioritization, it's the executive which is best suited to answer how we prioritize those projects. But I will agree with you. Ethiopia is doing what they are doing because they have a strategy of making their country a regional hub. The same way South Africa has done that. Because if you want to go to India, go through Ethiopia. And even the 5G network that you spoke about, we may not be ready to roll out the 5G network in Zimbabwe, considering even the number of people who are using the gadgets which are compatible with that technology, and even considering the cost, how many people can afford what 5G can offer. But in terms of prioritization, it's not parliament, it's actually the executive. But I would agree with you that we need to look at the benefits that will accrue to the country, or we also need to compare with other projects. If you look at a project like Mashingo Road, for example, the benefits are very clear and for everyone to see. If we revitalize or we rehabilitate our railway system, what are the benefits that will accrue to the country compared to maybe the benefits that will accrue when we roll out 5G? But I may not be competent enough to answer that question. Then Mkoma Atwell, for the local content policy, again, it's an issue that we also need to interrogate as the stakeholders in terms of when we negotiate these contracts. You realize that there is need for transfer of skills, there is need for local industry to also benefit when we undertake these projects. But I've realized that for most of these project-based loans that we have contracted in the recent past, I'm seeing that the loans that are coming from China, for example, they are being, the contractor is a Chinese company, and that Chinese company is using resources or most of the materials that are sourced in China. So to China or India, they have a strategy when they negotiate these loans with us, because they are also benefiting. They are bringing their people to execute. They are bringing their material. They are bringing everything. So I'm not sure. I may not be again competent to answer you whether we have a policy in place, a local content policy in place. But like I said, what I also read really shocked me in terms of 75% of the materials having to come from India. But the loans, I agree, they are very concessionary. 2% interest rate, grace period of 5 years, and they mature in 20 years. My sister, you spoke about the schools in terms of accessibility to people with disabilities. I'm sure most of the infrastructure projects that we are undertaking these days, nowadays, they are compatible and they have facilities for people with disabilities. I have not had a chance to tour those schools, but they are state of the art, and I'm sure they have the facilities, because I'm sure that awareness is now within our systems to say whatever project that we undertake, we need to be alive to the issues of people with disabilities. We've also seen it, speaking on behalf of Parliament, where we go, especially the public facilities that we use for our public hearings. We have members of Parliament who are disabled. So we also face problems, because at one venue, we had to leave our honorable member downstairs because the public hearing was being held in the second floor. And we were ashamed. I think it was in Guero. So I think we are also carrying the message that all the facilities or all the infrastructure projects that we are undertaking we need to be alive to the issue of accessibility to people with disabilities. When I spoke about going green, what I meant is, if you add the numbers, we have contracted a loan of 23 million for Blawayo rehabilitation. We have contracted a loan of 19.5 million for Deka. We have contracted 310 million for Wange 1 to 6 revitalization. We have contracted 997.7 million for Wange 7 and 8. If you add that together, to go somewhere close to 1.35 billion. And we need 3 billion for Batoka. So which means if we concentrate or if we direct our efforts towards renewable energy, then we are going green. Because the world is going green, but we are building a power station that is going to be using, we are building a thermal power station, as well as revitalizing the antiquated 1957 machines at Blawayo. So that was my comment, but it's an honest comment from an economist, not from a parliament perspective, my brother. I have to put a disclaimer. That's not parliament that said that. It's me as an economist. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mashikore. Can we clap our hands?
Okay, thank you very much. I captured 2 questions here. The one on changes in per capita income. What can be done by Zimbabwe? So I think to answer this question, really, we have to look into some of our sectors, which we know that contribute much to our growth. You can see, for example, in the extractive sector, we can harness a lot of revenue from the extractive sector, which can now be channeled to various social protection perspectives. So I think to increase, to improve per capita income in Zimbabwe, we have to follow, for example, those visions which has been established by policymakers. We have the 20 billion mining. Zimbabwe is going to achieve the 20 billion mining industry by 2023. So I think those are the policies which we need to follow now in order to improve per capita incomes. And also there was a question in relation to the benchmark on which countries borrow. Yeah, this one also I can answer indirectly, maybe through the effect that a country's tax revenue is a percentage of GDP mostly, a benchmark which is used as 15% of GDP. So now if we can't achieve this 15% of GDP from our tax revenues, I think that's when the challenge now for the appetite to continue borrowing. Because we cannot now channel resources to important social protection services, for example, education and health. So the benchmark, from my own perspective, I think this depends on are we able to meet various social protection services. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I just wanted to respond to the question on to Mr. Masimba's comment. I wanted to apologize for the interpretation that came out. Probably my point was lost in translation. But what I intended to say was that currently our law, when it prescribes the rates of taxes, it does not exactly discriminate and say for a man, the rate of tax is 15%. For a woman, it's 10%. That's what I meant to say when I said the law does not discriminate between men and women in terms, in that perspective. I know there could be other perspectives from which discrimination can be identified, but from an implementation point of view, we do not say now we are approaching women, so we must probably collect less. We do not have the statutory latitude to to do that as an implementer. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. But it's still regressive, I mean, from what he was explaining. Sorry.
Yeah, like I said, the question of it being progressive or regressive for us on an implementation level does not really give us much room to discuss that. We can, but when we implement, we just implement as provided in the law. Thank you, Mr. Oh, sorry, I had missed that one. Maybe I may need just clarification. I captured it as 2% reduction. Maybe just to clarify what.
What was your problem with your?
We're actually wondering is social and economic justice ambassadors, that to what extent are we able to make sure the scrutinization of reduction of the 2% that is being taxed on people? We strongly feel that is really too much. So we're thinking maybe the gentleman from the Mgandana Lolo building is going to reduce, but we maybe need precedence from Zimra to have an action pertaining to the 2% as citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. I guess I may need to repeat what I have just been saying all along. That when it comes to the rates and whether we should reduce or not, as Zimra, we do not have that power to reduce or to increase. But our policymakers who are also here and the government through the Ministry of Finance can be engaged and proposals made. It only comes to Zimra when it has to be implemented. We will give our advice. We have one of our roles as Zimra is to advise government on fiscal matters. But it's as far as it can go. We can only advise. But on whether to reduce or not, I would advise us to engage our policymakers and the government for such proposals to be made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last word, just a minute.
Okay.
Honorable.
No, thank you so much. I had 3 questions.
Okay.
But not really questions, but they were comments. And I want to believe that these comments may have emanated from having failed to follow me properly. I think we were talking on the same page, really, to say, is debt wrong or right? Okay? And I illustrated areas where I feel strongly that debt would be appropriate. I also went further to explain that debt, if it's unsustainable, it becomes bad, right? And my brother spoke about what the Act says. Yes, it's true, the Public Debt Management Act speaks to 70% threshold, right, of GDP, of debt to GDP ratio. The SADC macroeconomic conventions threshold is around 61%. So if we go as far as 76, 78, where we are today, we are in unsustainable debt. And also to Dr. Moyo, yes, we are speaking from the same hymn book, because when the source is wrong, and when we are taking such amounts of money for consumption, and when we are taking such amounts of money and we don't account for them, all that is bad. And I think we're speaking from the same hymn book.
Thank you.
Then the last one, brother wanted to know who determines where a Chinese project or a Russian project would go in a rural community. And I'm sure the process of budget consultations, which we carry out every year, informs the government on what priorities citizens are expecting government to execute on. And those are, that should be the source of information government uses to implement different projects around the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Masimba, your last words?
Just two ones. First of all, I think to Director Chore, for the avoidance of doubt, let's make accessibility a standard. And we are willing to, when you tour the schools, we can go together. The second comment is on the theme of the workshop. We are saying we want to be rule makers and not rule takers. I would want to hazard to add that we want to be rule makers and not rule takers or rule breakers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Your last words?
Thank you very much. Mine is in relation even to what Mr. Chore said in response to Honorable Matevera when she talked about the culture of not repaying, and he made reference to the loans given to youth, and then he said loans given to women. I don't know whether it was a slip of the tongue, because I think there's anecdotal evidence, both locally and globally, that shows that women are good at repaying when they borrow. And I think while we are applauding the Fumvudza program, it would be important to do an analysis and disaggregate the data in terms of who received and what were the repayment like. I was listening to Permanent Secretary Basera when I was driving here, and he was talking about Fumvudza and how they are going to escalate it to Fumvudza in cotton. So before we even go to Fumvudza in cotton, let's see what is viable, which social group is able to bring us the benefits that we want. So if the men are not repaying, let the facility go to those that have demonstrated capacity to pay, so that we don't continue to pour resources in a pitless hole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Shall we clap hands? I think we have come to the end of the session. We really want to thank our presenters, and also our panelists. We've come to the end of this session. We'll break for about 10 minutes for tea, and then we'll come back, I think, for the last session. Thank you.
Increased risky borrowing by African countries. A debt crisis, increasing poverty, inequality. Our governments borrow and we pay without involving us. Vana vamasiya, agogo kalamba, anyamara kusawan chito. We call for policies and practices that put people first. We call for practices that put people first. You and I are the people who hold our governments to account. You and I are the people who hold our governments to account. We are the champion. 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 We are the champions. Increased risky borrowing by African countries. A debt crisis, increasing poverty, inequality. Our governments borrow and we pay without involving us. Vana vamasiya, agogo kalamba, anyamara kusawan chito. We call for policies and practices that put people first. We call for policies and practices that put people first. You and I are the people who hold our governments to account. You and I are the people who hold our governments to account. We are the champion. 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 We are the champions. children, increasing crime and survival for the fittest. Increased burden on women, girls, and people with disability. Bwana wamasia, agogo kalamba, anyamada gusawan chito. We call for policies and practices that put people first. We call for policies and practices that put people first. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. We call governments to commit to an economic system that shares value more equally, that is sustainable for the future of humanity and the planet, and that serves the people. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. We call for policies and practices that put people first. We call for policies and practices that put people first. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. Increased risky borrowing by African countries. A debt crisis, increasing poverty, inequality. Our governments borrow and we pay without involving us. Bwana wamasia, agogo kalamba, anyamada gusawan chito. We call for policies and practices that put people first. We call for policies and practices that put people first. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. Lack of transparency, accountability, unsustainable loans. Street children, increasing crime and survival for the fittest. Increased burden on women, girls, and people with disability. Bwana wamasia, agogo kalamba, anyamada gusawan chito. We call for policies and practices that put people first. We call for policies and practices that put people first. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. We are the champion, 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 we are the champion. that shares value more equally, that is sustainable for the future of humanity and the planet, and that serves the people. We are the champion, 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 we are the champion. We call for policies and practices that put people first. We call for policies and practices that put people first. You and I are the people who hold our governments to account. You and I are the people who hold our governments to account. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. Increased risky borrowing by African countries. A debt crisis, increasing poverty, inequality. Our governments borrow and we pay without involving us. Vana vamasiya, agogo kalamba, anyamada kusawan chito. We call for policies and practices that put people first. We call for policies and practices that put people first. You and I are the people who hold our governments to account. You and I are the people who hold our governments to account. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. Lack of transparency, accountability, unsustainable loans. Street children, increasing crime and survival for the fittest. Increased burden on women, girls, and people with disability. Vana vamasiya, agogo kalamba, anyamada kusawan chito. We call for policies and practices that put people first. We call for policies and practices that put people first. You and I are the people who hold our governments to account. You and I are the people who hold our governments to account. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. We call governments to commit to an economic system that shares value more equally, that is sustainable for the future of humanity and the planet, and that serves the people. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. We call for policies and practices that put people first. We call for policies and practices that put people first. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. Increased risky borrowing by African countries. A debt crisis, increasing poverty, inequality. Our governments borrow and we pay without involving us. Lana mama siya, agogo kalamba, anyamada gusawan chito. We call for policies and practices that put people first. We call for policies and practices that put people first. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. Lack of transparency, accountability, unsustainable loans. Street children, increasing crime and survival for the fittest. Increased burden on women, girls, and people with disability. Lana mama siya, agogo kalamba, anyamada gusawan chito. We call for policies and practices that put people first. We call for policies and practices that put people first. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. We call governments to commit to an economic system that shares value more equally, that is sustainable for the future of humanity and the planet, and that serves the people. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. We call for policies and practices that put people first. We call for policies and practices that put people first. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. policies and practices.
May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen?
You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. We are the champion. 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 We are the champions. Lack of transparency, accountability, unsustainable loans. Street children, increasing crime and survival for the fittest. Increased burden on women, girls, and people with
Ladies and gentlemen,
disability.
may I have your attention?
Agogo Kalamba, Anyamada Guso and Chito. We call for
Welcome back to the next session. Can we have one meeting, ladies and gentlemen? I think in the interest of time, we need to move on. You can agree with me that in the last 2.5 days, we've heard voices from different sectors of our society. We've heard voices from the technocrats, we've heard voices from the academia, private sector, the government, the taxmen in the morning, but this, as well as parliamentarians. But there's one voice which has been missing, which is the clergyman. So allow me at this juncture to invite Pastor Makwara to share with us his theological reflections on the very important question of debt management in Zimbabwe. Take the floor, sir.
It's still a wonderful morning to us all. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to be able to represent the voice of the church in this particular conversation around debt and public debt for Zimbabwe. So I'm representing the Evangelical Fellowship of Zimbabwe. Evangelical Fellowship of Zimbabwe is an umbrella body for evangelical and Pentecostal churches in Zimbabwe, established, and it's going to be celebrating 60 years next year. So we're also going to be inviting you to be part of those celebrations. So I'm just going to briefly look into the subject matter before us, and then my prayer was, I don't want to turn this into a sermon, but to be able to just make it a pure reflection that we can do together as a collective. Let me start by just referencing to this point that I think this COVID-19 environment, it has awakened us to something very important. No one woke up this morning and paid for life this morning. We are all breathing without the instruments that are there these days. This means, in a way, there is someone who has given us that life, and there is a reason for us to be alive this morning. As I was reflecting on this, it then was so clear to me that in as much as we talk about the debts in monetary terms, but we also have a debt in terms of the one who has given us life. How are we going to satisfy that debt? Or are we going to satisfy this fact that of all the other people, you and I are alive this hour? What are we doing with that life? Somewhere in the scriptures, the word of God says, behold how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. So as I was part of this conference for the past 2 days, I've just been blessed to say, I see that manifestation of that unity, and it was good, it is good. These are some of the pointers we engage when we are talking about theological reflections. So theological reflection is just an effort to try to look into our experiences as a people. We look into ours, we look into the experiences of others, we reflect on where we are coming from, where we are, but much more, we begin to reflect, could we have done it better? And as we are doing so, we are also cognizant that we are doing it within a context. We are made by God, and we also must be able to understand, so is God in all that is happening in our nation. So I'm just here to challenge us this morning as we prepare to wrap up with a brief theological reflection that I thought was going to be important to just energize us from this point. So I said theological reflection is about looking at our experiences, that's the first thing. It's also about reflection, but it does not just end as reflection. Why are we reflecting? We are reflecting so that we can be able to come up with responses that are faith-filled, responses that are full of faith, because life, we believe, it is both the spiritual and the material. You can agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that as we were, having various discourses, we were actually doing some theological reflection. We did reflect on the overwhelming size and the level of indebtedness that we have as a country. We did reflect on the circumstances. Some were even trying to help us understand the circumstances, leading to the borrowing, the circumstances leading to where we are. With others saying, is a debt bad or is debt good? We were already reflecting, but now I'm just trying to say, when we look at all that reflection, what do we think our Maker desires for us? And what then do we think we can do with his help going forward? So this is just the brief I wanted to share. Allow me, before I get to the other part of my submission, to understand just the role of the church. But as we speak about the role of the church, it's important to understand who is the church. So the church are individuals. The church are people. The church is you and I. If you are a believer, you are part of the church. The church also can be seen in its leadership as an institution. So we also often have, when people say, what is the church saying? They're looking for the voices from the leadership of the church. And the church is found within yourself, within the family, within the community, within the country, and within the continent and globally. So it's both a local as well as a global entity when it comes to understanding who the church is. We believe the church is the instrument of the divine, because we understand from Scripture that the church only came out of the work of the Lord Jesus Christ. When we look at our statistics, they tell us that over 80% of us, one way or the other, we are associated to a church. So this then makes the church a critical player, because it represents beyond other, groupings that we may be able to find within our society. I'll give a few examples of the church in terms of institution. We have got what is called the Zimbabwe Heads of Christian Denominations. It's an amalgam that brings together the evangelicals, what we often call in our circles Protestants, mainliners, the Catholics, as well as also the indigenous apostles. So when they come together, Zimbabwe Council of Churches, Evangelical Fellowship of Zimbabwe, Order Caesar, as well as Zimbabwe Catholic Bishops Conference, we form what is called the Zimbabwe Heads of Christian Denominations. Of late, I'm sure you now know there's another grouping that has been established, which is known by the abbreviation ZIC. So I'm just giving some of the examples. So when you look at what is our role, so I want us to be able to look at the role of the church broadly, but also be able to locate it within the conversation around public debt. The Lord says, you are the salt of the earth. That was his commission to the church. You are the salt of the earth. We all appreciate the value of salt. And the Lord says, if salt loses its saltiness, it becomes useless. It must be thrown away. So the church aims to be the salt in conversations of dirt. How do we bring flavor in that? How do we also bring healing in that? How do we ensure we can be able to preserve what ought to be preserved by functioning as the salt? The Lord says of his church, you are the light of the world. The light is supposed to illuminate. The light is supposed to help people move, navigate life. So you'll find that our role now is then couched from these two, examples, or at least the images that the Lord gives to make a point around the church being the salt and the light. So in a way, when we do what we do, the expectation is we are representing our Creator, our Maker, who wants his people to live a full life. So when the church begins to be involved in these conversations, it is coming from the interest that we want to ensure that God's people, they live a full life. They live a life that is well-pleasing before our Maker collectively. So there are many roles that I could speak of, but I just chose to identify two roles and be able just to elaborate a bit around that. One of the roles of the church is the representative role. So I mentioned that if we say over 80% are Christians, so it means the leadership of that kind of grouping, by virtue of a democracy, as we talk about ourselves, we have got leaders who are supposed to represent the church. So we represent the people, but also we believe we represent the higher order. And when it comes to engaging outside of our country, we also believe we can represent Zimbabwe in other platforms, be they at the regional, international, and continental level. So that is where the three levels of representation comes. I was able to understand from one of our leaders saying that the church represents three liquids. When you look at people, they have got tears. People produce tears. People, we produce also sweat. We sweat. But sometimes people also produce blood. So the church is there to represent the sweat of the people. When someone spends that time, as the Lord says, you shall till the ground, is that being recognized? Is that being rewarded? How well is that being rewarded? So we represent the sweat of the people. We represent the tears of the people. Shona inoti chinoziva ivu kuti mwana wembeva anorwara. We interact with many people in our places of worship. We get to know that somebody who had served government for 18 years as a teacher is being sent out with a pension that is less than $100 US. There are tears that we see. So when we then listen to the tears, we have got a responsibility to represent the tears to those that God has empowered to make a determination around the living standards of the people. There is blood. The Lord hates the shedding of blood. So even as we talk about public debt, some of the debt is being, accumulated when others are dying. And the question is, who is going to speak for the dead? Part of our representative role, one can remember that in 2005, 2006, the churches came together and led a process around national envisioning process and produced what we now commonly refer to as the Zimbabwe We Want National Vision and Values Discussion document. I'm so excited that when I look back after that effort of the church, trying to represent its people and represent the values that we believe are for the church from God, we see that the Zimbabwe We Want is being referenced in many other policies, even in the government. It's an attempt to represent what the people say. Zimbabwe We Want spoke about the need for a new constitution. We now have it. We worked for it. Zimbabwe We Want spoke about economic reforms. We advocated for it together with you, and we see something, and we see there's still some work to be done. We spoke about the need for national healing and reconciliation, and that's why we've got the NPRC Commission today. We spoke about the need for a shared vision and values. That's why there's an attempt by government to have a vision 2030. That's why even the Constitution captures in the preamble a vision for the nation. We believe it's part of the role of the church, and I think we've been doing it. Maybe we need to continue to do it better. So sometimes when you do this representative role, others perceive us as becoming too political, but I want to submit to us that before God, there is no separation. Life is one. The social, spiritual, political, economic, all is one in the eyes of God. There is no divide of the secular and the sacred. It is one. The second role we do is the one around discipleship. The Lord says, teach them to follow what I taught you. That's the process of discipleship. Some of us in here, we come from churches, we go to churches. And the point is the church discipling you to be an effective leader if you're a leader. The Word of God tells us that those who are in authority, whatever level of authority, you are acting on behalf of God. Romans 18. You are a servant of God to do what is right. Not what you want. Not what your whipping system says. Not what the one who is bribing you says. But you are supposed to do what God wants because you are his servant. That's the theology of how we engage with these matters. We are all servants of God. And we must be able to demonstrate that we are actually not of our own, but we serve one who is higher than us. So the church works around raising leaders. The church works around, just imagine, if the church one day wakes up and says, you know what, brethren, we are in this environment, it's wicked. Just do as you please, as what was happening somewhere in the book of Judges. Just imagine, if one church leader or some few comes and says, you know what, Zimbabwe it's okay. What kind of a society would this be today? We believe, despite our problems, it is that discipleship of the church that has kept this nation where it is. Despite all the indicators of what others call a fragile or failed state, we are here because there is something happening through the work of the church. Of course, we are not saying we're the only ones, but through also your involvement. Our reflection cannot fully be complete when we fail just to trace the origins, the genesis of things. The genesis of things tells us that we are not a boom, it was not a bang. The genesis that we believe is that we were created out of an orderly process by the Creator. And when he created you and I, he says, let us make men in our own image. Let them have dominion over what we have created, except they should not have dominion over one another. Let's reflect our experiences. It's a reflection. How well are we doing this? Do you feel dominated by another? That's not the order of God. If someone tells you that you are over-domineering, don't be so arrogant and angry. Pause a bit. Reflect. Really, am I being so? Because we are all going to be accountable one day. When God chose Israel as a model nation, Genesis 12, he says that I'm going to bless you to be a blessing to other nations. So in the idea of God, when he looks at our existence, is that whatever he has given any one of us is not for our own selves, but it is for us to be a blessing to others. Just imagine if the Middle East chose to be so selfish with what God gave them, what would be life here looking like? If we also chose not to give the food we used to give the world, what will the world be like? So in the scheme of things, everything is beautiful when we are learning to work together in interdependency, but serving the greater good. But we all know the story that we have from the church, that sin came in and the fall came in. But now the Lord left a witness to say, let me reclaim, let me reorder my things. So the story of the Bible, the story of life, it's a story about love, it's a story about fall, it's a story about redemption, it's a story about salvation. So this is what we represent even in this conversation around death. The kingdom of God, as Romans 14 would say, is about righteousness, joy, and peace. Let's go home, where you're coming from. Are things right at home? Okay, not at home. Within you, is everything all right? Right standing? Is there joy? Is there peace? If these questions are not easy to answer, then it means we are at the right place to reflect where we went wrong, to reflect how best we can move from where we are to where God wants us to be. I'll give you a story about death from the scriptures. We all know about the story about what happened in Egypt during the days of Joseph. There was a famine which the Lord had already shown through a dream and interpretation that there's going to be a famine. Do what you are supposed to do. Then Joseph is appointed to be a leader at that time. So he tells people, let's work hard to put some storerooms for what's going to come ahead. And they did so. But when the time of the famine came, they had money so they would go and buy. So the first time they used money to buy for their needs. The famine persisted, but the money was now exhausted. The people went and says, we are your people. We can't die of hunger. What shall we do? We have got livestock. We can give you livestock and you give us food. And they were given food and livestock was taken from them. Famine persisted. They went as leaders of the people and says, oh, Joseph, we are your people. We can't die. We are giving ourselves and our land in exchange for food. Joseph made that into a legislation. So from that day onwards, the Israelites, the Egyptians, they lost their money, they lost their livelihood, their livestock, they lost their land, and they lost their freedom. They became servants of Pharaoh. This is what happens when you go into debt because of a need and you don't necessarily manage it very well. So even today we hear that there is a portion that goes back to the king, back to the system, because of the need of the moment to be able to be in that debt. Bring this back home. What have we given in exchange for what we need? I was listening. Oh, okay, we can get these good loans. Let's raise taxes and we'll pay. Then there's a time when taxes are not enough. There's no one to take. So what then do we do? All land belongs to the state. Now we're the ones doing it. Let's do this thing. Let's give people the seeds. But there's a debt also accumulating somewhere. That is failing. What do? Let's look for friends. Let's borrow. And we begin to borrow big and deep. In our reflections for the past 2 days, someone says it's so emotional now because now I'm being told that the children of my own children are going to inherit a yoke of slavery because of the debt. So we saw this in Egypt. We are seeing it in Zimbabwe today. Thank you. As God saw this model being wrong, what did he do with these people when they left Egypt? He told them how to order a society. He says, when you are now in the land I will give you, you should not be able to enslave one another. Blessed is the giver than the borrower. And God says, in case there's a need for someone to then borrow, let there be redemption. Let there be restitution. And then he introduced what is called Jubilee. After 49 years, if anyone had sold a property, after 49 years into 59 years, they were to be returned, to be restored that property. If it was money, they had to be restored that property. If it was freedom, it had to be restored. So we see in the plan of God that debts, when they do happen, they must be settled. They must be paid. And there are ways to be able to do that. But the whole idea of Jubilee is to say, it's not right for people to be enslaved by others because of the issue of need. If I had time, I was going to speak about the woman in 2 Kings 5, a widow. We was hearing about poverty, debt as a feminine, attribute to it. There is a prophet, a servant of God. He went into a debt for his family. He died before paying the debt. And the creditor came and says, I want my money. I want my resource back. And he says, for you to do restitution, give me your 2 sons. And the widow said, you know what, I'm a widow. If I lose my son, if I lose everything else, widows in this place are not looked after very well. And then she went to the man of God, the leader of this late husband. Your servant was a prophet, but look what he has created for us. Debt is real. But what was the wisdom of the prophet? What do you have? I have a little oil. Oh, okay, fine. Here is the divine solution. From what little you have, go borrow vessels, not oil. Borrow vessels. Pour into the vessels. When you have poured, be able to sell and be able to earn a living out of that. It was a way of dealing with a debt. Time is not enough. But let me end by saying here, Romans 13, 7 to 8. The Bible speaks about, Paul was speaking about what to do in a society. If you owe taxes, he didn't say refuse to pay taxes, pay taxes. If you owe anyone anything, pay back. If it is honor, give honor to the honorables. If it is whatever, pay honor. Do your debt, do it very well. That's where the point comes in, because all these are servants of God. And he says the only debt that you and I are allowed to have is the debt of love. Let's owe each other love. I'd hope to speak about what our Constitution says. Our Constitution, the preamble, it says we implore the guidance of the Almighty. But the question is, are we following that guidance? Let me just end by going to the last slide. I would have the presentation, you will receive it. But there's one thing that is very important that I wanted to mention. Can two walk together unless they are agreed? Our leaders and those who are representing us, they went into agreements, and the agreements are the ones that we are with now. So we can't say we've got no obligation. They are agreements. We agreed. And the word of God says, be as wise as serpents, but harmless as dove. When we are going to complete this conversation about debt, let us be wise in what we do. Zimbabwe is well endured, but we can't tell the story about what's happening there. The last slide, it speaks about a summary of what I would have captured, which is, maybe others will say it's an important slide. The nature of debt is that debt distorts the order of things. It distorts the order of relationships. The word of God in Proverbs 22 says that the borrower is a slave to the lender. Debts must be avoided. If we cannot avoid at some point, they must be considered as the last resort and carefully considered. Debts must be settled. The culture we are hearing, a new culture of not settling debts, is not godly, it's wicked. Debt can also be cancelled. Jubilee, Sabbath are examples of debt cancellation. But it is not, it will happen in 49 years, according to scripture. So if you borrow, hoping to pay in 49, and yet you die, you enslave your children. What shall we do? I think servants of God, all of us, we need to be able to be responsible leaders. Let's be responsible leaders. A wise person leaves an inheritance for their children's children. As we look at what God has given us with the need and the vision we have, let's still be responsible leaders. We're talking about good governance. From scripture, we talk about stewardship. We don't own what we have. We are just accountable. Let's have a productive mindset. Debt for production, okay, let's be productive about it. But let's be wise. If they are wise to force us in this, why don't we also then turn the favor? Homegrown solution. The widow was given a homegrown solution. I was hearing great solutions, but the important thing is, let's be honest about our situation. Let's be honest about the guilt we feel. Let's be honest that we want to do something. Let's be transparent. Let's be accountable. Let's be inclusive. I was hearing that it's only the executive which have got a decision on this matter. But if ever we are going to satisfy what the Lord wants, let's be inclusive. Let's represent what the people want, and also let's be responsible in that we do. Above all, let's not reward idleness. Let's reward hard work. With these few and many words, may the Lord bless you as we reflect further. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Pastor, for ministering unto us on the impact of debt. Am I audible? Okay. May I now open the floor for discussions, just for 10 minutes, in the interest of time, because we have one last session which is quite critical. Yeah, okay. I would start with Honorable Tatenda.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the pastor for that very elaborate presentation. I'm going to ask quite a controversial question, but I would need your response and what you think since you are here representing the church. My question is, there was some time that churches were supposed to pay tax, and churches were supposed to also be able to contribute towards the fiscus. What happened to that? And I heard a lot of churches were saying, no, we are not supposed to, and a lot of other things. My question says, what is your take as a pastor in relation to that? Do you feel it was quite a good move? And if not, why? If it is yes, why? Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I see another hand?
Thank you very much, Pastor. I think it was Jesus who said, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. So each and everyone must play their role. I just have a question, not only to you, but to the whole panel, that as civil society, as policymakers, as citizens, there have been efforts made for us to address the debt issue. My question is, how best then can we leverage on the church as an influencing continuum that is different, given that you're coming from a religious, compassionate background, and that debt does not only carry numbers, but it carries also a human face. The congregants, every day, Saturday, every weekend, at Sunday, the face they carry is the face of debt if they're in poverty. So I just want to ask, to what extent can we renegotiate or be better understood as a nation, but from the church perspective? Because there's been an academic approach, there's been a civil society approach, there's been a policy-making point approach, which is also good. But then, what level of influence can the church have, given that it has not been defined or written in terms of policy-making, or how churches can contribute to the better placement of debt utilization?
Thank you for that.
I think my contribution will give a response to the question that has been raised to say the position of the church. I think the church should assume a stance where it refuses to be confined to simply praying for the leadership of the nation or praying for the nation. The church is within the community, and the community needs to understand what is happening with our public finance management systems, of which I believe that when we talk about PFM, we also raise the question of debt. So the church should, as an institution, have within itself a platform that discusses the issue of public finance management. Why? Because if we go back even to the Bible, the example, the precedents that was said, Jesus, when you got to Jerusalem and you found that they were trading, they were making illicit deals, they were borrowing, they were doing things that were not at par with the law, he cast them out. So the church has that mandate to address the issue of illicit happenings that are happening within the financial system as an institution. It should claim that power.
Thank you for that dimension. I will lastly ask Love More to contribute, but just in 2 minutes.
Well, 2 minutes, I prepared for the pastor. I thought he gave us a historical aspect, but I thought we should also be real and also go down to the topic of our discussion here. So I had 4 questions, very brief, but he can summarize them. I said, how does the church make sure that ordinary people, that is the congregant, are aware of the current public debt situation? And then the second point was, are debt figures available or accessible to the church members to enable them to make meaningful engagement in public debt discourse? And finally, how does the church member feel, how do they feel about this Debt Assumption Act? Because the public are assuming that debt was contracted by private individuals who are known, especially farm mechanization. And the final one was debt forgiveness. I think this is in the Bible as well. Debt can be forgiven, but as the church, forgiveness is preceded by repentance. Shouldn't those who contracted debt that has become unsustainable ask for forgiveness from the public? Those are my questions to the dear pastor. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lavmo. I think in the interest of time, we will give the opportunity to pastor to respond. Just in 5 minutes, then we get to the next session.
Thank you for these great questions. I will attempt to respond as much as I can to the points that are coming. I think the debate, it still remains a debate in terms of whether churches should be taxed. So we're still working around that framework. If legislators introduce that kind of conversation, I'm sure we can be able to have a conversation about that. But the argument has always been to say the church, by virtue of its nature, how do you really enforce the taxation? Are you talking about tax for its workers? Are you talking about the tax for what it does? Are you talking about the tax about its projects? It would be also very important to itemize. So that is part of what we are working around right now. That's why you find even those clergy who are on salaries, they do pay the necessary taxes because there is that system. But the majority of our clergy, they live on gifts and offerings. Now, you can't predetermine how much is going to be received in that particular period because it's an offering. The Lord blesses a cheerful giver. What if there's no giving that comes at that particular time? How are you going to follow it through? So these are some of the pointers that are there in terms of discussing the issue around taxation of the church. The other element that we know we had been discussing is to say, because of the work that the church does in terms of offering psychosocial support, offering the social services in the education, in the health, how do you also then justify the morality of such kind of a taxation? So these are the debates that can be revived if need be. We are willing to be part of that conversation. I know that one of the feelings from the government which you have been having is that there was a time where the church was very rich as an institution, but now it appears the leadership only is rich. So we need to find ways of getting money from the leadership to then get to every other area. So it's still a debate. I'm aware of that. That's why we are also engaging on the same. How do we leverage on the church to help? Like I mentioned, if you refer to the Zimbabwe One discussion document, we made ourselves available to help the government in international re-engagement efforts. Since 2006, we have been able to do that through our various offices across the globe and also even meeting the financial capitals of this world to try and be able to represent our nation. And that has happened. That's why you find that as part of the Jubilee campaign, some of the issues were considered, but other dates still had other issues that were still on the table, because on a bilateral issues, there were that issue of saying, how do we own up on some of those things? So the church remains active in terms of helping to represent those voices who are, impoverished by some of the debts that we have. So we still play that role. Within our different umbrella bodies, I'm aware that the Zimbabwe Council of Churches, they host regular seminars, workshops, awareness raising on the issue of dirt, the issue of what's happening in the mining extractive industry, and they also do social justice interventions. The idea is to do the awareness raising for the people in the church to understand that this is what's happening in the world they are in. The Word of God says we are in the world, but not of the world. We are not to live for heaven, but we are to do something in the earth we are in. So this is why we then do discipleship on saying, how do we design measures to attend to the dead together as a collective? So it's part of what we are doing. We have also been representing in terms of maybe just out of information, we proposed to the head of state a framework of what we thought should be done to address even our debt issues. So that's part of our representative role that we are doing. And in terms of awareness, I'm very excited to be part of this platform because it also helped me understand some of the gaps we have in information, and we hope beyond today, we are also going to continue with information awareness raising for people in the church to understand where are we, what is going on. If it means it has to relate with decisions around the elections or around anything and everything, we should be able to discuss from information that we receive. So we are also taking that as an action point. The issue around debt assumption, how do we feel? The truth is that we haven't had a proper reflection together as bodies, as representatives, but I do concur that there is that mixed feeling that others feel, look, it was a debt incurred for good reason. Others feel that, but there were no accountability, there was no faithfulness. So we are also breaking the same principle. So that is the sentiment which is there. But the whole idea, we feel whenever we are going to do these issues, it is very important that we know that debt, if it is for personal gain, not for national interest, there's also and always going to be some challenges around how people receive that as a public policy issue. The issue of debt forgiveness. We do believe, as you've rightly observed, there must be repentance. So this is why I was saying our behavior going forward should be of one of repentance. It's very important. When you are not fully able to be in control of the situation, your attitude as you go to the table is very important. The fact that our government also admitted to have arrears and be able to present them, it was one effort of recognizing that something is wrong. And I believe that the effort they are trying to do to try and be a bit more transparent, it could be, without necessarily them saying it, we are repenting, but it could be that observation. We were given an example about the late former Minister of Agriculture, his remarks when they were now in authority about how to handle issues of debt, issues of payment and repayments. For me and for us, we believe these are some of the signs that the message is being heard. But what we now need to do is let's encourage each other. Let us not grow weary in doing well. If you need to continue to push the church, let's do so. If we need to push responsible authorities to do so, let's all do this together. Remember, it's not about us against anyone. It's about us trying to build the Zimbabwe we want. And I believe that with God, all things are possible. Thank you for those comments and questions.
Okay, another round of applause. Thank you very much, Pastor, for those further reflections. This brings us to the end of the session. I now hand over the program to Thierry.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam. So this brings us to the end of our 3-day program. The last session we are going to present, or I'm going to present, is on conference resolutions and adoption of a communique or a statement. So what we have done is we have drafted a statement here, which we are going to share. And I know because of time, we won't be able to maybe finalize it all. So we will be inviting, how many minutes do I have? Yeah? Up to one, because we still have 15 minutes or so. So for the next 15 or 20 minutes, we will try to see how far, not that one, we can go. But we will share this on email so that we can continue to refine the statement. Sorry, try this one. Yeah, that's the one. So as I say, this is a draft. So we are inviting inputs, I think, for the next 20 minutes, and then also on email, so that we come up with something that is agreeable and also something that reflects the discussions in the last 3 days. And also whether the statement brings out some of the key issues from the different stakeholders that were here for the last 3 days. So this is just a template. I think most of you are aware of these templates. So basically we have a preamble. If you can allow me, I can just read through as we go. So the Zimbabwe Annual Multi-Stakeholder Conference is being held at a time when Zimbabwe is in huge debt distress and unable to access international financing to meet its developmental needs. COVID-19 has exacerbated the pre-existing challenges that the country was grappling with. These include limited adherence to debt management legal framework,
provision of social safety nets, poor economic governance, and inequality in all sectors of the economy, which is health, education, water, employment, among others. Yeah, maybe we can go section by section. Maybe just quick reactions to that, if there are any quick reactions. Yes. I think we can. Okay, so my colleague will try to edit as we go. If you can, okay.
Yeah, thank you. When you say international financing to meet, I think we need to remove the S.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Gordon Moy, point.
Mine is on climate, unless it is covered down there. The minute you brought in COVID as a big issue, I thought climate
okay.
could be brought in unless it is there down the line.
Yes, it is, but you can highlight it. Okay, if you can, okay, there's another. Yeah.
We are saying unable to access, but maybe it's limited access to international financing.
Okay.
Limited, unable. Yeah, you
It's
get
limited.
trouble with the word unable.
Okay.
Limited access.
Okay, if you can allow, because of sake of time, if you can allow me to continue. So we representatives from civil society, media, academia, development actor, partners, government, parliamentarians, students, and citizens who participated at the conference observed that. So this is just a list of those in a draft, those key issues that we thought came out very clearly and were of a major concern to most of the participants. Most economic indicators used to track debt management reveal that Zimbabwe is in a debt distress. I think you agree that a lot of the presentations made from the draft annual debt report, Parliament, almost all of them, they gave us indicators, macroeconomic indicators that really shows or reflect that the country is in a debt distress. This debt is driven by both internal and external forces. International interventions to deal with this debt are inadequate. Further, Zimbabwe did not benefit from COVID-related debt relief that was offered to other countries in response to the pandemic. The country had to resort to treasury bills and bonds, thereby ballooning the domestic debt. I think here we invite a lot of other points to be included. This was just, as I said, we will also share it over email, and I think colleagues and participants will. But if you have any quick additions, that's fine. We can note it and then draft something that.
On number 2, I think let's put examples of those internal and external forces. So just take note of adding the factors.
The factors, yes.
On number 3, I think there is need to, you said COVID-19 related debt relief, there has been, but what you are referring to are the multilateral or global response to COVID-19. That's where Zimbabwe did not receive. So I think we need to be specific. Otherwise, if it is general, some people say, but we gave Zimbabwe something.
Yeah.
So if you could add that.
Okay, that's fine. Any quick reactions or addition? If not, I will continue. So we representatives from civil society, media, and development partners, government, parliamentarians, students, and citizens who participated at conference are concerned that, I think there we have a list, the RBZ debt assumption did not benefit the generality of the citizens. That's one. Looting of COVID funds by health public officials is a clear evidence of the gaps in the economic governance bedeviling Zimbabwe. The official debt statistics are an understatement of the actual size of debt. The official statistics excludes what is being owed by ministries to various organizations. The fact that technically insolvent parastatals are likely to be taken over by government. US 3.5 billion compensation to white farmers, as well as the resource-backed loans. The borrowed loans from China tend to benefit the lender more than Zimbabwe as a borrower. Resource-backed loans are attractive to African countries as they are a cheap financing model and easily accessible. The major issue is that African countries have contracts they are unable to repay, given the capacity of these resource-backed loans deals. There are fears that Zimbabwe may fall into a debt distrap. Further, the problem with these loans is or resource-backed loans is that they are not geared towards industrial revolution, but political expedience. Chinese infrastructure seems to finance exportation of our natural resources without resuscitating local industry. Zimbabwe mineral resources have not meaningfully contributed to the economic development of the country despite its rich endowment in these. The mining sector is met with illicit financial flows and corruption. Mines Act currently in place is archaic and efforts to amend it is taking time. It does not provide for public disclosure of revenue, owners of mining companies, role of parliament, and participation of communities, and no competitive bidding. It seems as if Zimbabwe does not have a clear strategy to deal with the debt contractors. Zimbabwe does not act as a unified force. There is a glaring conflict of interest in mineral resource governance. Climate change increases debt. However, there is lack of funds for adaptation and mitigation. In addition, current frameworks to fight against climate change impacts are weak and lack a resilience approach. Zimbabwe suffers from dilapidated social infrastructure and there's a huge finance gap of 34 billion. Governance issues inherent in local authorities hinder them from accessing funds. So this is a long list of the concerns. I think there are a lot of other concerns that we have as participants coming from different sectors. So maybe we might invite addition and a bit of editing of some of these long statements. Yes. Sorry, can I have a mic this side? Okay.
Sorry, I like your emphasis that maybe after this we need to go and relook and add input. I hope you will share a document that is also online editable so that we can consolidate it once. But I wanted to say, when you talk about data assumption, and when we say it did not benefit the citizen, I think we should add a punchline there, which is very clear that it is opaque, it is a huge cost in terms of service delivery. So it is contributed to inequality and the suffering of the people. So it's not that the ordinary did not benefit, but they are now they are now faced with the side effects of that data assumption. Then the element of resource-backed loans and China. I think we should be very careful not to fight the struggle of our colonizers. China and the West are both notorious in terms of their involvement in Africa. So we should be clear about the nature of investments that we are attracting, because we are arguing, because we are we are sort of like in a loose way, giving a blank check to your Anglo-American investments in the extractive sector as an example. We haven't seen any benefit that we have received from Anglo-American. I just want to give you that point. Then the issue on also resource-backed loan, that is my last point. We have noted that when the director of the budget office from Parliament was presenting, that like 75% of goods, works, and services are to be procured from China. So from like India as an example. So you can see that they have a pervasive effect of sucking economic growth opportunities for the country, because we are not using that loan to spur the growth of other industries. So that point also should come clearly. That is a form of a bleeding of economic growth that comes out of that loan on top of interest. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have had 2 hands that side. So as I said, we will share this, and I know there's a lot of expertise in the house to help us bring out clearly some of the concerns we raised during the 3 days.
Hello.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Can I go ahead?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, go ahead.
It's me here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, it's item number 5. The one we were looking at seems to, where there is the statement, I think the expert of so-and-so seems to. I think our wording and our language must be emphatic, with lots of data here that shows that it's not that it seems to, but the export of natural resources is actually exporting jobs. So I don't think we need that kind of loose language in terms of our resolutions. I think our observation is that those things are actually, this is what is happening. And we go to number 1. I'll repeat what Mr. Mkasiri indicated. Just take me back to item number 1. Right, RBZ data assumption. We have talked about the RBZ data assumption for, I think the state also knows the position of civil society. And I don't think there's any harm in amplifying that number 1. The RBZ data assumption entrenches a culture of non-payment of state loans. That is the fact. I think we discussed it and we concluded it here. I don't think we need to be vague and say the data assumption did not benefit the generality of citizens. I think we need to be very clear and tell them data assumption entrenches a culture of non-payment of state loans, which is regressive for our development or to our development. And the second issue relating to that one is that it shifts the burden of repayment from those who received the loans to the poor who can't actually afford the taxes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. We have only 20 minutes. So let's be brief.
Okay. So mine is not even a comment on this. I want to try and save your 20 minutes. And this is what I'm suggesting. What you are giving us here is the spirit of what we discussed. And if we are agreeing that, then we'll edit within a certain prescribed time frame. Yeah. I think what we need to do here is to say, are there things that we strongly disagree with? Or do we agree with this as a framework? If we start editing the framework now, we are not going to be within 20 minutes. So the motion that I move is that we take this as a framework, subject to the edits, to say, are the issues in there, contained in there, what we want to be part of? So that we avoid grammar addition and all these other things, which are definitely not within the 20 minutes that you have given for this task.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Honorable.
Yeah, no, I think his suggestion makes sense, and I agree to it. Safe to say that I didn't see on one, which I think will also then probably when the email draft come, the issue on the RBZ data assumption. I think we forgot ZAMCO, because ZAMCO was also a sort of data assumption in the sense that people borrowed US dollars, got the money, TBs were issued. Then when those people were now starting to pay, we then introduced the statutory 133, we then said that the Zim dollar is no longer equal to the US dollar. So I think we'll probably have to edit it somehow.
Okay. Yeah, colleague.
Yeah, thank you. On item 2, you say it's looting. I think there is need for us to start with there is outrageous looting of COVID funds. And as tough, we are very clear because we actually have the evidence. Yes. So even the Auditor General's report actually has a bit of synopsis on the looting of the funds that were meant for COVID.
Yeah, I think we'll give links to that evidence so that it makes sense. Yes.
Borrowing. Is it possible to remove China? I just want to echo the suggestion that we are not here to fight China.
China, yeah.
So wherever you are saying China in your document, if you want to say China, also mention India, mention UK, mention South Africa, mention all other countries that have extended loans to Zimbabwe. So I feel very uncomfortable in singling out, but we can still say the same point by referring to principles like the 75% input of materials from the originating country. We can pinpoint those bad things we are talking about, the loans. If it is the terms, the interest rates, then we can still mention. But I get that feeling that there is someone who wants to pin down China, which is not part of my agenda in here. And I don't want to put my name to that.
Yeah, it's our document. We have to have consensus. So we take your points. There's an honorable MP behind.
Yes, I agree with my fellow brother there. It's true, we are not here to pinpoint, because when you say we have agreed, those who are here, all of us, myself, I will disown that, because we didn't agree on that. We agree on the principles, nezvinhu zvatiri kuti zvakaipa zvinofanira kugadziriswa. Saka tinofanira kutaura whether zvaitwa neUK, whether zvaitwa nechi, is zvinhu zvatiri kuda kuti zvigadziriswe.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes.
The easiest way to deal with that is simply say that traditional lenders, traditional creditors, new creditors, or the emerging markets, just use the standard terms.
Okay. As I said, we will share this, and I think participants, we have an opportunity to refine this so that it becomes a consensus sort of document. Any other points before we go to the last section of the... Madam Janet, do you have any? No, okay. You can go. So the last section of the communique or this draft communique or draft statement has to do with recommendation. What exactly are we recommending? Having observed what is happening, raising concerns, so we need to raise recommendation. I think in the discussions yesterday, we were told that we should come up with a database of solutions. So this is what we are proposing as a recommendation. One is that we therefore recommend that gaps in the primary laws be addressed and aligned with international best practice on mining resource governance. We can choose to adopt the EITI or have a domestic version of EITI, but it starts from reforming mining legislation to premise it on the principles of transparency and accountability. That's one. local authorities to exploit the existing financing options that are available. And 3, there be adequate capacity building of parliamentarians to effectively play an oversight role and ability to scrutinize all debt processes. Principles of transparency and accountability are exposed in our laws, be upheld not only in mineral resource governance but also in debt management. A debt audit be conducted to establish the actual debt owing and to which amount is legitimate. So this is the debt audit. So these are just few recommendations we thought we can bring here and invite additions, edits, and stuff. Need new voices, yes. Yeah. Councillors. Okay. Any other quick observation or inputs? Okay. Okay. Email inputs to this, maybe frame it in a way that you envisaged or you are thinking around it. Yes, Madam Janet.
Is that maybe we need to think about the EITI, because I know that that is on a voluntary basis, but I think at the regional and African level, we have our high-level panel report, which I think is easier for our government to relate with. So I think we need to consider that. The issue, the other document as well is the Africa Mining Vision, which I believe our government, being part of the AU, would maybe have much more respect for. And of course, we can then leave an option of the ETI, but that is based on a voluntary basis and will be maybe difficult. This is why we are where we are in terms of taking it on board. So that's just what I wanted to raise. I'm still trying to think about this, of course, being a multi-stakeholder debt conference, and the debt issues are right at the bottom of the recommendations, but I think that's a conversation that we can have as we refine it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also observed that when you look at the 3-day program, there were so many themes, and I think there are issues that are missing from the draft statement in relation to the themes that we discussed. So when we share this, feel free to bring out those issues under what we observed and what are our key concerns on those issues, and also the recommendation. I know the last session we had on the theological reflections. In this current form, it's not captured, which we acknowledge.
Sorry, Thiri. So can I just add that maybe when we deal with the recommendations, since the 2.5 days were divided into different aspects, maybe we can do the recommendations on resource-backed loans. I think that is where then the transparency comes, recommendations on maybe law, recommendations on whatever. So we categorize and it's very clear and we will not leave important points.
That's true. Okay. So the way forward is we will share this over email. I know we have experts here who can help us make this document make sense, especially to the policymakers. And this is the way we are communicating to the outside world, to say that we had this discussion and this is what we agreed on, and these are the issues we think the policymakers and government should find time to address. going forward. So we will share it via email. Feel free to edit, and refine and argue. Actually, I don't know how much time we can give each other so that if we say by Monday, we need all the inputs in or comments in so that it doesn't take long before we issue it out. Any comments on maybe time frame on how long do you think you can? Yes, Honorable Masimba.
So there are two considerations here. If this is news, then we should use the shortest time possible, of which then Monday becomes a day that I would agree with. So it also depends on when the email is sent. Because then, after that, then it doesn't, if it is a communique, it's supposed to then communicate to the world within a certain sort of time frame. So considering also how news works, by the time you send it next week Friday, a lot of other things would have happened, probably even overtaken some of the issues that we're talking about here.
Okay, thank you. I think we are able to share this as soon as possible. I think after lunch we'll be able to have shared it via emails to all the participants. Hoping that maybe over weekend we have time to also quickly look at it and make your additions. And hopefully by Monday we can clean it and share. Is that fine, Janet? Okay. So thank you very much. As I said, we will be sharing this over email. So if you are interested in making sure that this document is in agreement with with yourselves, so maybe share your email so that we quickly share it and then we make the comments and clean it. Let me give this back to the moderator, Dr. Kadenge. Thank you very much.
I think we've come to the end of this session. Mr. Tiri? Mr. Tiri? This is basically the session on resolution, isn't it? That's the ended, you see. So we are coming to the closing remarks from Aphrodite and the Zimbabwe Executive Director. But maybe before we come to that, I just wish to thank you very much for these 2.5 days. I thoroughly enjoyed myself and my colleague there. And we hope we have been of use to you. And we found the discussion very interesting. But just one point that maybe our program was very packed. You know, the information was very useful, but it was packed. But it was interesting that I think it was inclusive. So at this juncture, I will ask, is John around? Is he coming by virtual? Yeah, he's supposed to be. He's speech. Yeah, are you connected now?
You're not free.
If not, I can just start for the sake of time.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. opportunity that you have given me to thank our delegates here and to give some closing remarks. These are delegates that are in person, but also that have been online, consistent to follow the discussions, but also to contribute to the conversations that we have been having here. Very important discussions on the question of debt, which I think from the discussions that have been going on is a big issue and the game change our economic recovery processes and models that we want to build as a country. I would like to thank all our presenters, had papers that were very insightful and very incisive on different thematic areas. I was sharing, I think with Thierry this morning, that this is the third conference we are holding, but the issues were so new and very different from what we have discussed in the past 2 years. So this shows that the conversations are deepening, but we are, I believe as well, closer to the solution in terms of debt resolution and addressing the current debt crisis that we are in. I would like to thank as well the different representatives of government that were here, our honorable members of parliament, the parliament staff, the private sector, institutions like ZIMRA, IDBZ, bankers associations, independent consultants that were so engaged in this process. We also had civil society organizations that find this issue very important and as an issue to discuss and relate to addressing our triple, I would say, burdens of poverty, of inequality, and of unemployment, and the fourth maybe the issue around public service delivery. We have gone through our communique, which I think covers most of the issues that we discussed when it comes to the debt, public finance management, and its impact on the citizens, and come up with recommendations or solutions. But what I've picked from this conference is that we have to enhance processes that will lead us towards transparency and accountability in loan contraction. And this takes working on our laws, working on our institutions, but also putting the citizen at the center of the debt conversations or the debt dialogues. I like the way the Public Debt Management Office put it. So that in the dialogues that we have around the debt, we do not leave behind the citizens themselves who are impacted the most as they lack service delivery, as they yearn for infrastructure that can respond to their needs, social security, that can address gender-responsive public services as an example, that can leverage on the youth dividend that we have by making investments for industrialization, making investments for startup businesses that can grow and lift our youths, who are 67% of the population, from the extreme poverty that they are in. As ZimCod, we are really grateful for the partnership that we have with Aphrodite that gives us perspective in terms of what is happening at the African regional level, the best practices and the experiences that we from, but also the context at that level allows us to have a clearer picture in understanding that the debt challenges and problems we are facing, they are not only emanating from our national misgovernance issues, but the general global architecture as well, which prescribes the different prescriptions to developing countries in terms of our development and our growth. So thank you very much, Aphrodite, for continuing to play that role. I'll end by saying this conference, I think, is calling For us, Dr. Moy, I want to come back to you because you have a beautiful book on this. For a Zimbabwean agency, African agency, and as we build our debt justice movement, if we could build it in this rainbow, multifaceted and multi-stakeholder way that we have done today, where the debt justice movement in Africa is not only for civil society organizations, but it's also for the private sector because it affects investment. It's also for our parliaments. It's also for our governments. I think that debt justice movement will never be defeated and would have built an African agency that is true, that will give leadership in terms of where we are going, and will be able to finance our own development, will be able to contract debts on our own terms because we are that rich. So as we close, I just want to say, let us continue to ponder on how we can improve our agency, and the agency starts at the individual level. Then we go to the institutions. How do we build agents amongst the institutions to promote transparency, accountability, oversight, public scrutiny, and ideas that will take us further? We then can build and collaborate and have solidarity with others, and we'll build a better Zimbabwe, a better Africa, and a better world for everyone. Because the quest is for us to have a just society. We see how debt affects us and impacts us and contributes to inequalities, contributes to poverty. And I just say we are those agents that can bring about the change, and we can be the change that we want to see. Thank you very much. I wish you all well and safe travels for those that will be going back to different places.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I don't know why my camera can't come on. It says the host will not allow me. Maybe there is some technical hitch somewhere. But I think I should just go ahead and on behalf of Aphrodite, you know, extend on behalf of Aphrodite and the executive director, you know, extend our thanks. I must begin by also apologizing that our executive director is unavoidably absent, and I want to seize this opportunity on his behalf and on behalf of Aphrodite to thank all of us for this, you know, successful multi-stakeholder conference. And you will know that this event is coming as one of the delayed events of the Africa Conference on Debt and Development, which we held about a month ago. And the purpose of that conference, you know, was to engage, you know, discussions that can help us, you know, engage in political mobilization for a common African position, you know, on debt management that is anchored around the African Borrowing Charter, which many of us must have heard about. And then it was also to contribute to developing a Pan-African ideation on issues of public debt management, as well as to mobilize the African citizenry on issues of public debt management with particular emphasis on strengthening issues of transparency, issues of accountability, and issues of governance around public debt management. So, like I said, this is a delayed AFCOT event, and it's coming at a time when issues of public debt management and issues of, unsustainable debt burdens, in Africa. And if you must have seen from some of the presentation or heard from some of the discussions, Zimbabwe is one of those countries that is in a situation of debt distress. And I think it's a very concerning issue for us as AfroDebt, and a very concerning issue for the civil society at large, and for, I think, the ordinary citizens of Zimbabwe. And I think this conference is an opportunity for us to, to share our experiences, on how we can better manage, a situation like the current one Zimbabwe is faced with. And like the Janet just mentioned a while ago, the problem of debt distress affects development, and you have people who can, you have government that can't honor, its responsibility, to bring development opportunities to the people. And then you have people who also end up, not linked, to the full aspirations, as human beings. And, dealing with this question of debt crisis, dealing with this question of debt distress is an important issue for us to consider, and to see how Zimbabwe as a country and other African countries that are either already in debt distress or in a high risk of falling into debt distress, how they can better salvage the situation. And you also agree that it's also coming at a time when they have been, several proposals from the level of a G20, and then from IMF and the World Bank, on how to deal with the current debt crisis. And also coming at a time when, the world is faced with the adverse effects of a COVID-19 pandemic. They are not only faced with a health crisis, but also faced with an economic crisis, as well as, issues of unsustainable debt burdens, which is quite a lot, for a country to contend with. So I think this conference has given us an opportunity to explore the subject, and to see how, the civil society in Zimbabwe and the government in Zimbabwe, as well as people, members of parliament and all stakeholders can work together, to be able to, to find lasting solutions to this issue. And we have also heard recently of special drawing rights, which is a welcome development, but also one that we have to consider very carefully, given that it does not in any way resolve some of the bigger issues that that we should be looking at. Also, given that it could be a distraction, from the real issues that African civil society really have to face, in order to fix the systemic problems that we are faced with, to fix, the broken international financial architecture that does not cater for the interest of African countries. And for us to do that, we need to start taking responsibility as African civil society, as African citizens, as academics from Africa, as African governments. We need to start taking that responsibility, because if we don't do that, no one else can take that responsibility on our behalf without slating a heavy price. So I think it's an important consideration. And for the international community to take us seriously, it all begins with how we as African countries, we have African civil society. We as African people, how we start reflecting around solving the problems that we have, and then try to put the interest of the African countries in the mainstream. And we can only achieve these things by, being responsible in how we manage our debts, in how we manage the macroeconomy, the major economic issues that we as African countries we are faced with. So it is important that we as African people, that we consider our actions, especially within the framework of the African Borrowing Charter, which Africa has put out there, because governments, like we say, they need to borrow. And the most important thing is not whether you can borrow, but how you invest borrowed funds. And I think this is a very important consideration moving on. Besides this, I would like to highlight the fact that, this conference is it's work in progress, because that's opened up, the space, for us to have this discussion. And we have had people coming, from diverse backgrounds, people from civil society, from government, from parliament, and the common man, people from the media. It has opened up the space, and it is our sincere hope that the conference, gives us the opportunity to, have frank, transparent discussions and exchanges, and then also create an enabling environment for all stakeholders, for all people in Zimbabwe, to come together and to see how the country can deal with its current challenges. And I think Zimbabwe is one of the countries that is, when you go around Africa, it's so dear to the people. And I think Zimbabwe has a position where they can set an example for other African countries, that despite the very difficult economic situation in which we find ourselves, we can always, turn our fortunes if we do the right things, if we work together, as one people, if we work together in, very transparent and accountable ways, it is most likely, to contribute to salvaging the current challenges that Zimbabwe is faced with. The proceedings from this, as I said earlier, this is a delayed AFCON event, and the proceedings, the resolutions, and the communique from this conference is going to feed into what we call the Harare Declaration, which was the main outcome document of the AFCON, and it reflects the common position, of African civil society and the participants of that conference, to have a common voice or a common perspective on how to deal with this issue. It's true that we cannot have many people thinking the same way, but agreeing on how to move forward is very important. And this African position is critical, because when you look at the major organizations like G7, G20, and then you look at regional bodies like the EU and other influential groups, there is this spirit, they build their development cooperation around this spirit. They come together because they want to approach everything as one person. They need to agree in how they approach issues of dealing with other countries. And I think it is important that African countries should start working, along the same lines, have the same kind of perspective where we agree that at least we may not have the same perspective, but we can always agree on how to move forward. I think this is very important. And this is one take-home message for us to take a leaf, from the examples of the G20s, the EUs, and then build Africa from that. And then this is also an example that we can apply at the national level in terms of the regional economic communities, at the level of the African Union, as well as the level of the African civil society. We at Afrodat and at ZimCode, we are always open to collaboration, and I'm sorry for the interruption, please. I'm very sorry. So I was just trying to round up before I had an internet break. So I'm sorry about that. So that said, seize this opportunity, to thank our members of parliament and the government officials who came. I'll thank our partners, Zimcode and the staff. We thank the presenters and the panelists, people from the media, the ICT guys, and participants, from all sectors for coming and for making this event a successful one. This is an engagement that we have taken, and there will be more occasions for us, to always have exchanges. And what I urge you to do as we close today is to follow the Harare Declaration and be its mouthpiece everywhere you go, because this is part of, mobilizing a common African position to be able to tackle the current challenges that African countries are faced with. So thank you so much for making this a successful conference, and I wish every one of us a very happy weekend.
Okay, thank you very much, Theo. I think we have come to the end of our three-day conference. There are a few announcements I have here. I think one of them has to do with some of the documents that are coming out of this document, this conference. As you are aware, we did present a draft annual debt management report. It's a draft, so we will be inviting inputs from different sectors. I think the report that was presented by Dr. Prosper Chitambara, we will share it for your inputs and comments so that we finalize it. Then there's the statement that we talked about, and also the conference proceedings report. I think once it's finalized, we will share with all the participants for your further reading, and also it's part of the empowerment in terms of the understanding better the issues. Administratively, we are also requesting participants to fill in the evaluation forms that were distributed, I think, in the morning. So as you go out for lunch, please just fill those forms and leave them by the door. And also those who are still to see Fadzai financially, she's still hiding in that corner. You can go to a desk. The last one has to do with our COVID-19 prevention measures. So as we said on the first day that we would want this event to be a safe event and not a super spreader event. I know we are all going home. We wouldn't want you to go and spread the virus, so to speak. So we are inviting all participants to go for another test. If you this one, the colleague said it's called what? Vanessa? Is Vanessa there? It's called antigen, yes. It's an antigen one. So please feel free to go and get tested before you leave for your workplaces or your home. Those who would want the results, please also leave your emails or phone numbers with Vanessa, so that when the results are out, she can share the result with you. I think you all understand that this is very, very important. We are still in a pandemic, and we look forward to see you.
policies and practices that put people first. We call for policies and practices that put people first. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. Lack of transparency, accountability, unsustainable loans. Street children, increasing crime and survival for the fittest. Increased burden on women, girls, and people with disability. Vana mama siya, agogo kalamba, anyamada guso wanchito. We call for policies and practices that put people first. We call for policies and practices that put people first. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. You and I are the people to hold our governments to account. We are the champion, 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 we are the champions. We call governments to commit to an economic system that shares value more equally, that is sustainable for the future of humanity and the of humanity